Good morning. Good morning. I hope everybody had a fabulous weekend. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me check this out. What is this? Oh, okay. I hope you guys had a fabulous weekend. Please hit the like button. I'd appreciate it. Hey, Liz. Yes, I'm early. Good. I had a uh, I had a couple of things I wanted to talk about today. So let's get into it. Let me remove the kitty cat. Hope you guys are doing well. Please hit the like button on your way in. If you are watching me on the vertical, double tap. Thank you. I appreciate it. Share it out, and let's get into the news. It's a lot going on. It is a lot going on. But why is 45, 47 trying to play in the people faces? So last we left you on Friday, 45, 47 was saying it's a hoax. These Epstein files are a hoax. Once again, they're a hoax. Now, we're clear that the Republicans was the one who said that they were going to release these files. We are very clear on that. We're clear that Pam Bondi went through a whole fake presentation of folders of the Epstein files to not to the media, to influencers. And when they went through what was given by the head of the Department of Justice, Pam Bimbo, come to find out all of this stuff was already released. All of the things that she gave them in her big, we're being transparent with you. These were Republican influencers. These were Republicans who demanded the files from the Department of Justice. So, once again, they're trying to pretend as if this is something to do with the Democrats. Okay, so we have that. Then, when they got pressured again after it was found out, what happened? You had both Pam Pam Bimbo and Cash Patel came out and told you that there was no client list. They were asking for the list of people who were in the Epstein file. Bimbo and Cash Patel came out here and said that, in fact, Jeffrey Epstein was the only one having relationships and essaying children, and there was no one else on the list. They thought it was over then. They thought they were just going to put that away. Let me see. Okay, let me let you hear it from her own words. See, you don't never have to take my word for it, because the information I give you, I always try to be sure that it is actual and factual. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth, shall we?
Claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, in February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, excuse me, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
We got that?
Here's the second thing. And this goes back to the ranking member's comments about yesterday.
I think we got that. The link is in my description box. It's the first link in my description box. There is no client list. Let me see if I can find Kakai Patel saying the exact same thing. Hold on. This is okay. Let's go here. This will be number 2 in my description box. I want to share this with you. See, because this administration is definitely playing in our faces. This will be in the description box under number 2.
Who else did he traffic these young women to?
In terms of what the investigation, again, going back to 2008, Mr. Acosta, who limited the investigation and limited the search warrants and limited the parameters of the investigation, the only thing we are able to speak to publicly, because he was given a non-prosecution agreement by Mr. Acosta, is that first time period from, I believe, don't quote me on this, 97 to 2001-ish. And then when the Trump administration courageously reopened it.
Excuse me for interrupting, but I'm going to run out of time. You've seen most of the files. Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the files?
In the case file.
Okay. Now, President Trump has deferred to.
Okay, did we get that?
The prosecutions of James Comey and New York.
Hold on. I really hope we got that.
Who else did he traffic these young women to?
No one.
In terms of.
Okay, that's number 2 in my description box. Why is this important, Ronnie Q? You showed us this because you're good at showing us these hearings instead of talking like you know something that you don't know. Why did I replay that for you? Because I thought that this is very important. Because they wanted to let this go as if, well, no, the only person involved in anything involving these young girls has already been prosecuted. He was being held in jail for a second time because we let him off on a sweetheart deal and didn't even put essaying underage minors in there. We had him up on prostitution charges, and he was able to get out of jail after 1 year of serving a term in jail, in the county jail, not in any type of prison, in a county jail where he was allowed to leave the jail for 12 hours a day under the guise of doing doing work. So, what other SAer or somebody who's arrested on prostitution charges do you know is allowed to get out of jail every day and go to work and keep their jobs? I mean, real working people. This was a alleged financier. So, what does a financier? How could he lose his job when this is what he allegedly did? Make any of this make sense? Because it doesn't. None of this makes a dab of sense. So now, the last we left on Friday, it was a Democrat hoax, and 4547 was denying anything about this having to do with him or his administration. But I want to know how exactly was this a hoax? When you passing out flyers and all of this type of stuff, I want to know, how is it a hoax when you have a testimony, you have people, and you have Jalene Maxwell, the co-conspirator, in jail, found guilty, and also found guilty of perjury on top of it. I wonder, how is it a hoax when Todd Blanche, your assistant DOJ, who was also your 4547's personal lawyer, goes to the prison where this woman is held in Florida, and gets her to say, well, allows it to be said by her that she has no recollection of 4547 ever being in his house and being nothing other than a gentleman. And then strangely, she's put in a soft cupcake prison where she's allowed where the actual people who are working in this prison, that does not allow people convicted of SA such as Maxwell. It is to the point in the cupcake prison that the people who are working in the prison said they are tired of being her concierge. How does that work? She's getting access to emails, computers, anything she wants. Private meals being bought in, taking one of the dogs that they're training to be support animals as her personal puppy, doing anything she wants, and then having her attorneys write up a petition to 4547 to even commute the rest of her 20-year sentence. Make that make sense. So now, all of a sudden, they get enough senators to sign a petition to actually release the Epstein files. See, what a lot of people don't realize, that what has been released in these emails, those are not part of the Epstein files, and those things have not been released by anyone at the Department of Justice. Those have been released by the Epstein estate. You know, the same people who said that there was a birthday letter with a shape of a woman, and 45, 47 signature was in the crotch area to look like in which re- which looked like pubic hairs in the crotch area, and all of the our fun little secret or whatever written on the card. You know who released that? You know who released that? Epstein's brother released that. Epstein's estate released that. That wasn't in the DOJ's hands as we know of yet. This was released by the estate. Now, 4547, when he got wind of it, he said that he was going to sue the Washington Post for something like $5 billion or $50 billion. What happened to that lawsuit? We don't hear much. We don't hear much else that has happened to that lawsuit. This was before. This is when they said that they had it, but they hadn't presented. They just said that they had it, and here he goes with these $1 billion lawsuits, and they still released it. And then all of a sudden, he wanted to say, "I don't even talk that way. I don't even use those words." What, the English language? You don't talk that way? So, um, nothing is going on so far with that lawsuit. That has been released by the estate. Let me get into. Let me get into today. So now all these other emails have come out. They said over 2,000 emails. Who is they? It has been reported that over 2,000 emails have come out in 4547 name is in over half of them, over 1,000 of these emails that have been released from the Epstein estate. Now, he took in Lauren Bobart into the Situation Room with Todd Blanche, Pam Bimbo, and Kakai Patel to try to get her to remove her name from the petition that would have. The room that is so secure that so no one can eavesdrop on what's going on in the Situation Room. Where Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton were sitting when they were doing the mission to capture Osama bin Laden. You know, what is so important about these Epstein files not getting out that he took Lauren Bobart into the Situation Room to discuss her taking her signature off those files as it's been reported. What was so important about now? She refused to take her name off the files. They have enough signatures on the file. He is typing and then he gets to the point where he knows that it is going to go through. They have the 218 signatures to go to Congress to let it go through. But we don't know if the Senate is going to vote on it. We know that they are all carrying his water. But it's questionable. Now, besides the 218 Congress people that they have to sign on there, more of people in Congress, who is they, it is being reported that up to 100 more Republicans will also sign the petition to have these files released. Why does that matter? It matters because they are going to have to go on the record if they want these files released. It's not going to be you're able to say everything should be transparent, and then you go in the back room and vote. No, all of this is going to be public record. So, what is the chance of people who want to remain in government deny the release of these files? Slim to none. That's in the Congress. Now, it should be the same in the Senate. See, because if the Senate refuses to release the files, or if they vote to release the file, and it's not a veto-proof number of senators, he can just veto the whole situation. Okay, so we're clear on how government is working in this situation. So he has been fighting this all ever since he even told his supporter supporters. They're still talking about that guy. Who's talking about that guy? And if they're talking about that guy, they're not a MAGA. And I don't need him. He told MAGA he don't need you if you still talking about it, when he was the one who brought it up and said he would deliver it if he was elected. That's how this works. Now, then they tried to turn it on the Democrats. They tried to turn this on the Democrats. Well, if you guys wanted it out this long, you guys could have released it yourself. Why do they want it out so much now? They should have released it. They had 4 years to release it. They had this long to release it. They never talked about releasing it before. They didn't talk about releasing it now. The Republicans were the ones who talked about releasing it. And see, this is where uh, some people get on my goddamn nerves. This is where people like Stephen A. Smith and Charlemagne the God, this is where they get on my nerves. They are trying to make you believe, oh well, no, I just want both sides of the story. Stephen A. Smith, with his lying ass, always uh always kissing up to 45, 47, and act as if he is some great political mind. When all he does is spit out Republican talking points, had the audacity to parrot that phrase, both of them. These black men, Charlemagne the God, who has an audience of young people, is sitting out here parroting Republican talking points. And then when he gets busted doing so and being wrong, both he and Stephen A. Smith turn around and try to lie and say they said something different than what they said. So you have both of these bimbos out here talking about why didn't the Democrats release them? And I don't know, but I'm just saying they should have. And well, if you don't know, don't say shit. If you don't know, and if there's a question, just ask the question. Don't come and ask the question and then put some authority behind it that they weren't interested and they didn't release it. Why didn't they release it? They didn't care. They weren't interested. No, they didn't release it because Ghislaine Maxwell still had a appeal before the court. That's why the Democrats didn't release the file. See, everybody's walking around parroting this bullshit thought that the Democrats could have released it. They had 4 years. Who released their evidence on someone who is up for appeal and have not gone through their whole appeal process? Who does that? Nobody. The DOJ is not going to do it, and the FBI is not going to do it. So that's why the Democrats hadn't released it. Are we clear on that? Let's be real clear. So you got these motherfuckers with huge audiences, out of huge black audiences in Charlemagne the God's case, telling you some bullshit. And that's why I'm glad Roland Martin actually got in his ass. And then he tried to walk it back, of course. We'll get to that. So, what is my point about today? All of a sudden, after all of this dragging their feet, resisting, they wouldn't sign Gravalva from Arizona in for over 54 days, and knowing that she would be the definite 218th signature to have these files released. And they kept gaveling the Congress closed for 7 weeks to not put her in her seat, to not have Arizona represented by the person that they had voted in office. All of this. Now, all of a sudden, late in the midnight hour, 45:47, it has come forward and says, yes, Congress should release all the files. Yes, they should release all the files. And he's telling Congress to vote to release the files. should we give him a round of applause for that? Should we give him a round of applause for coming to his mind? Let's. I think I have a round of applause for him. Let's give him. No, he doesn't deserve a round of applause. Uh, Let me see if I have it right here. How would you give him a round of applause for that? Let me share this with you. Because if there is an open investigation, who's going to release their files if they have an open investigation? Why does that matter? Why does it matter that him saying that they should release all the files means absolutely nothing? Let me share with you why that means absolutely nothing. And they're going to be out all this week. Well, 4547 says that the files should be released himself, and he's on board with it, and he wants them to be released. And they are going to be on TV all morning lying in your face. And I just want to show you why they are lying in your face, why I know they are lying in your face. Let me get to this. Let me find. Let me find it. Oh, it must be right here. Here we go. Why do you know that this newfound he wants everything released is a bunch of bullshit? In political, uh, Trump amid Epstein furor directs Bondi to investigate Democrats. So, uh, some weak Republicans have fallen into their clutches because they are soft and foolish. 4547 wrote in another lie social post on Friday. So this was Friday. And President 4547 on Friday directed Attorney General Pam Bondi and the FBI to investigate links between Jeffrey Epstein and notable Democrats. Not himself, notable Democrats. But Pam Bondi and Jeffrey Epstein just already, I played it for you, where they said that there were no one else on there was no list. There was no one else trafficked. He trafficked these women to no one else. So why do you think that 4547 have them to open up an investigation? And first of all, the Department of Justice and 4547 is not supposed to be telling the DOJ who to investigate. That's the first in priority. He's not supposed to be directing her who to investigate. And did she do it? Is that what she did? Let's see. The president's latest attempt to deflect scrutiny over his connection to the late disgraced financier by focusing on his political opponents. In a social media post, 4547 pushed Bondi to target former President Bill Clinton, Democratic mega donor Reid Hoffman, and former Harvard President Larry Summers, who served in senior positions in both the Clinton and Obama administration, along with Bank J.P. Morgan Chase. Now, I have told you the story about J.P. Morgan Chase, who saw all of these billions of dollars going in and out of Epstein account, things that should have been flagged that they definitely did not flag. This is going to be in my link. This article is going to be in my link. It is number 3. I want you to go over here and read this article. Why is this article even important, Ronnie Q? You may ask. this is important because this is the tactic that 4547 is using to ensure that these Epstein files will not be released because he has asked them to investigate the files. And when the files are being investigated, they cannot release the files until they cannot release anything that is under investigation. So you see how 4547 is playing in your face. Now watch all day today. You are going to hear all these Republican sycophants who sit up and parrot everything every lie this administration puts out to you. That he wants the files released. Didn't you see his lie social post? He wants her to release the files. You can't release files that are under investigation. Very simple. Are we going to play dumb? Are we really going to play dumb? No, I'm not going to play dumb. And I hope you guys don't play dumb as well. Okay, so uh, so just because he said it, just because he's not supposed to tell his DOJ to investigate things, Ronnie Q, you don't even know if she's going to investigate it. Oh, don't I? This is another Russia scam with all the arrows pointing at the Democrats. Records show that these men and many others the record shows that these men and many others spent large portions of their life with Epstein and on his island, he wrote. Stay tuned. None of the Democrats named by 4547 have been accused by prosecutors of wrongdoing. Bondi quickly assigned Manhattan U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton, who heads the office that prosecuted Epstein and won the conviction of his co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell, to run point on the probe. So she has put a U.S. attorney to do exactly what he said, to open up an investigation on people who have not been accused of any wrongdoing. What does this do? This stops the release of the information that the DOJ and the FBI has in the Epstein case. Get it? Thank you, Mr. President, Bondi wrote. Southern District of New York U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton is one of the most capable and trusted prosecutors in the country, and I've asked him to take the lead. As with all matters, the department will pursue this with urgency and integrity. The simple fact that you are investigating it because 4547 told you to shows that nothing about this has any integrity. Then this bitch, the department will pursue this with urgency and integrity to deliver answers to the American people. Bitch, bye. Clayton, however, may be hamstrung in his effort to further investigate Epstein's trafficking operation. In July, the Trump administration fired one of the last remaining prosecutors in the Manhattan office who worked on the Epstein and Maxwell cases. Who would that be? Who has Ronnie Hugh always told you that was a linchpin in this case, and that's why they got rid of her? Maureen Comey, James Comey's daughter. Comey, the daughter of former FBI Director James Comey, wasn't provided an explanation for her firing. And this is the case. She won the Maxwell case. She was one of the attorneys that won the Maxwell case. You know, the case that they fired her right before Todd Blanche, the second in command of the DOJ, went to interview Maxwell, and then Maxwell got a cushy job. Now, Todd Blanche had nothing to do with this prosecution of her. So how is Todd Blanche is going to know anything about the case and all the ins and out about the case? He doesn't. He wasn't there to ask her anything about the case. He was there to make sure, in my opinion, he was there to make sure they were on the same page, and she was going to keep her mouth shut. And if you do play ball, and then we will play ball with you. In my opinion, and all of a sudden she's in a cushy prison. All of a sudden, she's getting the run of the place. All of a sudden, uh, I don't know. I never thought about it. Are you gonna pardon Jolene? I don't know. I never thought about it. He said that 7 times. He's been asked the same question 7 times. So the first time, 45, 47 is asked, is he's gonna pardon Jolene Maxwell? Oh, he can use that lie. But the second, third, fourth, sixth, seventh time that you're asked that same question, I don't know. I never thought about it. You didn't think about it the first time they asked you, bitch? Are you serious? They're playing in your face. Now, the sad part about it is, you even had that hard jaw Megan Kelly try to distinguish between the ages of young girls who are being SA'd by 50-something-year-old man. Well, it's not like he went for the barely legal. It's not like he went for an 8-year-old. He went for the ones who looked younger and that were she said he went for the young teens who could look younger. You're a young teen that could look younger. So a young teen is 13. That's the first teen. 14, 15. Those are young teens who could look younger. So you mean to tell me he went for the young teens, 13 and 14-year-olds who could look uh what 12, 11, 10, 9, 8 years old? Is that what you're saying, Megan? And then she turned around and said, but if you look at them from a distance, they look like they could pass for an adult. Really, Megan? Oh, so you're trying to rationalize this, huh, Megan Kelly? Okay. Okay, so this is what's going on with this case. This link is in my description box. Maureen Comey, who prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell, would have been the proper person if the DOJ had any questions that they wanted to give her. See, but it wasn't about the questions that they wanted to give her. That's why they made sure Maureen Comey was nowhere near and not available to be the person who questioned Ghislaine Maxwell. Capiche? It was even beneath his job position to go into a prison and to question someone. Who does that? At his high level in the Department of Justice, that he's flying into prisons. None of this makes sense. Nobody is fighting this hard to keep the information away from the public for stellar reasons. If they don't feel like they have something to lose. Okay, so I just wanted to give you guys this information. Let me see if you guys have anything to say about that, and I will go on. Please hit the like button. I appreciate it. Hey, Lee, brand new. All 45, 47 do is lie. Okay. I hope everything goes well with you at the doctor's, Liz. I hope you get over this bug soon. Okay, so let me. So all I have to say basically is you're going to hear a lot of lies today and the remainder of the week. That 45, 47 has come to the light, and he wants to release these Epstein files. And you cannot release anything while it is still under investigation. And that is the whole reason why 45, 47 went to the Justice Department and the FBI to start a new investigation into the Democrats. And nobody is trying to protect anybody who is in these files. Nobody on the nobody with any morals and values. Now, let's let me let me share with you something. You know, I saw I saw someone talking about SNAP benefits. Hey, Lily Rose. Good morning. Let's talk about the SNAP benefits. We have had Charlemagne the God came out here and said that the Democrats need to go ahead and open up the government because people are hurting out here. And, people can't buy food and people are in a bad place. And so he is saying that it was the Democrats' fault. The Democrats need to go ahead and open up the government because people are hurting and couldn't buy food, as if the Democrats uh, were the ones who shut down the government over food. The Democrats shut down the government. The Democrats did not vote on that continuing resolution because they wanted the Affordable Care Act subsidies to remain in the bill so people could afford health insurance. So while Charlemagne the the dog is sitting up talking about people are starving, well, you if the Democrats wasn't fighting for health insurance, how bad are people going to be hurting when their health insurance go up in January? He sat up there and said it's basically set in stone. The health premiums are going to go up, and it is set in stone. So they may as well open the government. No, stupid. It's not set in stone. That's why they're fighting so it won't be set in stone, stupid. He said it is set in stone that the premiums are going to go up and people are hurting right now. So therefore, you should reopen the government. The reason why they kept the government closed because it's not set in stone. Most people are just started signing up for their health care for next year. Hey Liz, it's not the sound. I got kicked off of StreamYard, and it took me that long for it. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard. It took I didn't lose my connection or anything. StreamYard messes up here and there. So that's what happened. Can you guys hear me now? Okay, sorry. Yeah. Now, do you think that these insurance companies are going to say no, we will refuse to take the money from the federal government, these increases from the federal government. We have everything set in stone now, and therefore we are only going to take the money from the insured individuals. Government, you keep your money. This is what Charlemagne the God is out here telling a large, young, uninformed uh, uh, huge clip of people. And these people are believing it. Now, what is the purpose of you not knowing what you're talking about? See, everybody wants to talk about politics, but they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And they're out here giving people bad information. Do you think that just because everybody is being cut off of the Affordable Care Act, that they are going to be able to pay all of these premiums that are doubling and tripling? No, or do you think that a lot of people are going to not be able to have health care? So while you're talking about the food, people are suffering, and the Democrats need to go ahead and open the government. People aren't getting their food stamps and all of this. So that's not the Democrats' fault, because by law, the government already had the approval to pay the food stamps. They were also ordered by a judge to pay all of the food stamps. But you have a young black man out here telling his predominantly black audience that people are suffering and it's the Democrats' fault. And the Democrats are trying to ensure that these people actually have health care starting in January. This is the enrollment time for health insurance. And he's out here blaming the Democrats, telling you that people are suffering. How much more will people be suffering in January when they can't afford to have health insurance? See, this is the bullshit that I'm talking about. And then when Roland Martin got in his ass about talking on things that he had no awareness of, he tried to come back and lie and say that he said something different than what he said. So let me tell you something. Do you understand why I drop the links to articles and uh, news reporting that I hear on the things that I put out? Because I'm not out here I'm here to try to inform you something on things that are going to affect you or how you live your life. Maybe not you personally, maybe some people who are in your life, some loved ones in your life. I'm trying to give you actual and factual information. Okay, so then you have Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith and his trying to drag Jasmine Crockett. He said he doesn't know what she has done. It's her job to sit up and snooze and kiss ass to 45, 47, who calls her low IQ, to get what she wants done for her people. And he doesn't know what she has done for her people. Her job is to work for her people. So what you're saying is, and it's not your job to be out here going up against him, and you don't have power. You gotta kiss a little ass when you don't have power. Basically, is what he told her. Basically, is that's what he told her. And then when he got when enough people dragged him, and there was a threat of boycotting him and his dumb shit, Then he comes back around and he's looking down and reading off a list of all of the bills that Jasmine Crockett has sponsored or co-sponsored. But now, you can see the facts. It was only then that he could see the facts. Prior to that, he gave a non-apology to her after people put their foot in his ass. Well, you know, I like the lady. That doesn't mean I'm always gonna agree. I'm gonna stay me. I am who I am, and that's all that I am. Out here sounding like Popeyes. Okay. So then he comes back, he doubles around again, and he reads off all of the bills that she sponsored or co-sponsored. But this is during the time when Jasmine Crockett was standing up for her district, her people, the people who put her in office to stay out of Texas because they were trying to gerrymander her districts. So the Republicans could win more districts. She was doing her job. You need to get back to Washington because your job is to do this. All of this tomfoolery out here, all of this ignorance that's being spread out here. This is why I come here. This is why I drop a leak. Hey, happy life. Hey, soul sister. Okay, so I just wanted to now. There is. Let's talk about these food stamps. Now, they already had the money to pay November food stamps. It is. I showed you maybe 2 weeks ago when the food stamp thing came up that they actually had a written a written rule that even in the government shutdown, food stamps would be sent out, and then they snuck and they removed that rule from the Department of Agriculture's uh, paperwork. So how is that? How is was any of that the Democrats' fault? Uh, if you want to check it out, go check it out. If you want to get information, go to the place where you get factual information. If you want to hear a bullshit spun by a lot of people who are uninterested in anything that affects them and how they live their lives, get your information there. But I'm telling you, you're going to be hard pressed. You are going to be hard pressed to come over here and I not support what I'm telling you uh, with real reporting. Okay, so let's talk about the food stamps, shall we? Now, people have finally gotten their food stamps back, and everybody is all so excited. Everybody is so excited that they got their food stamps back. Now, I told you that this was never about food stamps, but this was a way to talk about food stamps. They in that big bloated bill, they wait a minute, they took about now it the numbers are varying. Some people say it's $130 billion away from food stamp. Some people are reporting that it's 300 billion. However, they have already cut food stamps in the big beautiful bill. Now, the people who are on food stamps, they want you to believe that they are driving Cadillacs and wearing mink coats like the fake welfare queen that Ronald Reagan presented you with in the early 80s. The average amount of food stamps that are going out to 42 million people amounts to, what is it? Amounts to $178 a month on average. of all the 42 million, the average price is 100. Some may get a little more. There's a lot of people who are getting food stamps of $16 and $17 a month. Imagine that. This is the food assurance that they are giving some people. So while people are happy that food stamps are back, you may want to check out this article. Food stamps are back, but millions will soon lose benefits permanently. This article is in Politico. I have it in my description box. It is number 4 in my description box. If you don't know, if people in your lives, people who you know, don't know this, let me give you this information. What the Department of Agriculture is doing with food stamp after they have already taken billions of dollars from the food stamp program. Um, Even though the shutdown is over, the GOP signature tax and spending law is poised to kick people off the nation's largest anti-hunger program. Millions of Americans greeted the end of the government shutdown and the resumption of food stamps benefit with resumption. The resuming the food stamps being resumed, they greeted that with relief. But others are learning that they could soon lose federal food aid permanently. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins, directed the USDA staff during the record-setting 43-day shutdown to continue ushering states towards compliance with Republican signature tax and spending law, which is projected to kick millions out of the nation's largest anti-hunger program in the next few months. Okay. Those changes, combined with other provisions in the new law, will represent most significant cuts to the social safety net in decades. And it all comes as low-income families are confronting stagnating wages that aren't keeping up with the skyrocketed cost of living, an issue that some Republicans blame for their losses in off-year elections this month. The SNAP program provides an average of $6 per day. $6 per day. This is what food stamps give you. On average, $6 per day for nearly 42 million people, roughly 40% of whom are children. Under the new law, parents and older Americans will be required to meet a stricter work requirements, and states eventually will have to share in the cost of SNAP benefits. Now, what if you live in a state like a poor state, a poor Republican state, like Mississippi, like Louisiana, like Arkansas, like Tennessee? What if you live in one of those poor red states? How much are you going to lose then? Do you think that these poor states are going to kick in on these food stamps, or you think you're going to lose your fucking way to eat? This is what this administration is doing, as they just gave Argentina $40 billion. Okay, so and in the next few months, this is what's going to be implemented in the United States for food. Okay, so let me see. And states eventually will have to share in the cost of SNAP benefits, which could force further program cuts, according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. Tens of thousands of legal immigrants will also lose access to the program under the law. They didn't say illegal immigrants. They said legal immigrants. You know, people who have come here and have a actual legal status. All of them are going to lose food stamps. The loss of SNAP. Now, hold up. they're going to put all these work requirements on and all of this, that, and the other. So all of this is leaving out the fact that there are work requirements on food stamps already. All of this is ignoring the fact that a lot of people who get food stamps are already working people. See, all of this is to try to get the public to be like, hey, yeah, they need to get up off their ass and they need to work and they need to do this and, pull yourself up by the bootstraps type of bullshit. Why they don't ensure that these big corporations that are hiring people, like one of the largest corporations is the corporations that own the Dollar Tree, Dollar General, and all of these billionaires that are running these stores that are not paying their staff. Walmart are not paying their staff enough to eat in this economy with these stagnant wages. Let's talk about that. Okay. The loss of SNAP was really stark during the shutdown, said Dottie Rosenbaum, director of federal SNAP policy and the left-leaning center budget and policy priorities. But the One Big Beautiful Bill Act is the largest cut in the program's history that is also going to be felt, really deeply felt. Most SNAP participants have children living at home. Now, this map is shaped like the United States. We see the percentage of people who have children living in the home and also receiving SNAP. Uh, 75% or higher is the dark green. Under 50% is the white. Rhode Island has fewer children in SNAP homes. But we see Wyoming, South Dakota, and who is the darkest one who have children living at home? Texas, have children living at home. Delaware, all of these southern states, Virginia, Indiana, Kentucky. Well, Indiana is Midwestern. Kentucky, Tennessee, South Carolina, North Carolina, Mississippi, Alabama, Oklahoma, Louisiana. All of these have approximately 65% of these homes have children living in them. So this is the outcome, and this is how it is set up. And 4547 believes that he is affecting Democrats more. So these policies are things that he is instilling to help to hurt the Democrats. Okay, so we see who is being hurt. That's all I'm saying. But he won all the swing states. States have started to notify participants that they will be subject to new, tighter requirements, setting up a 3-month countdown for people to comply or lose benefits entirely. Some states like New York, California have waivers that lift work requirements in places of high unemployment rates, which are expected to slow the full impact. But certain laws present immigrants, including refugees, are being notified that they are no longer eligible for SNAP effective immediately. While we are now, understand, immigrants who are here undocumented are working jobs. So understand that immigrants who have a legal status here are working jobs too, which means they are contributing to Social Security and they are paying taxes. But they may be working jobs that don't pay enough for them to pay this high ass cost of living and actually be able to buy food for the full month. Let that sink in. They are contributing if they are working through the taxes that are taken out of their check. Okay. Okay. So this is what we're doing. While we are concerned about any person in this country going hungry needlessly, there is something spectacularly cruel about ripping out the safety net of people who came to this country who just need a little bit of time to get back on their feet and to begin to be able to contribute economically to this country, said Naomi Steinberg, Vice President of Policy and Advocacy uh, at a Jewish nonprofit assisting refugee and asylum seekers. I wonder, are the Afrikaners? I wonder, are the Afrikaners that are over here and got immediate some type of residency here. I wonder, are they going to be allowed to get food stamps? I'm not sure. Uh, yeah, they're immigrants. Do they count? Rollins also indicated that she may press for current SNAP participants to reapply despite existing requirements that participants regularly certify their incomes and other factors that determine eligibility. The new plan would add red tape that would make it more difficult to get benefits. USDA Food and Nutrition Services issued new guidelines in October and November during the shutdown on how to comply with tightening work requirements and follow other changes in the law. But some states are still struggling to interpret it. In California, where more than 5 million people use SNAP, California Department of Social Services Director General Jennifer Torria said in a recent webinar that the state is still working through the new guidance. This is a priority for us, Torres said. We will move towards compliance with FSN guidance while also balancing the need for accuracy and clarity. Okay, so now understand that in most states, people who are on SNAP benefits already have to report. They are looked over every 6 months to make sure they are still eligible for SNAP. It's not like you go and get SNAP and carry on with your life. No, every 6 months they go through a review. This extra layer, what do you think this extra layer is for? This extra layer is to put people out. As low income people struggle to pay utility bills and make rent, many fall back on the charitable food networks to help pay for groceries. But food banks and pantries are still scrambling to recover from nearly a $1 billion in federal funding cuts. So they also cut $1 billion from food pantries. I told you about that story last week, how food pantries are getting less donations and less government help. I already told you that. And right after I did that story, the government shut down and they stopped giving out food stamps, and the food pantries were inundated with people who usually don't even have to go to a food pantry on top of it. Okay. In the week of October 27, food banks purchased 325% more food through Feeding America grocery purchase program that during the same time last year, during the same time last year, according to the nonprofit. Matt Jozowick, who runs Rethink Food, a charity meal organization in New York City, said his organization increased the number of meals it provided from between 40,000 to 50,000 per week to 120,000 during the shutdown. It could not be worse, Jozowick said. This is just what it's come to. This is bad, but the OBBA is permanent. New Mexico, Louisiana lead states by SNAP participation. Uh, this is another graph that they have on here. New Mexico seems to be use it the most though. Pennsylvania, West Virginia. Okay. So this is what I wanted to share with you. If you know somebody on Snap, they are trying to make it harder for you. Now, no, let me share this one. They're trying to make it harder for you, but that wasn't the worst story about it. After trying to make it harder for you, now they're saying, well, fuck it. We're not just going to make adjustments. We are just not going to make adjustment. We are what we're going to do is we are going to make the 42 million people who are receiving food stamps. We're going to make them all reapply. Let me share this link. This link is in my description box. This is link 5. Instead of just handing out rules, they're gonna make you reapply altogether. Let me. I dropped this link. This is link number 5 in the description box. If you want to go back through the description box, food aid recipients are already required to recertify their information regularly, but the move is part of USDA's chief Brooke Rollins' effort to overhaul the program. Uh, Trump administration will require SNAP participants to reapply for benefits. 42 million people. They're gonna treat you like you're brand new. They're gonna X out everything, and they are going to make you reapply. Make this make sense. November 14, 2025, the Trump administration will require millions of low-income people to reapply for food stamps as part of an effort to crack down on fraud, Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins said. Rollins told Newsmax on Thursday she plans to have everyone reapply for their benefits. Make sure that everyone that's taking a taxpayer-funded benefit through food stamp that they literally are vulnerable and they can't survive without. Uh, she did not provide further information on when or how people would need to reapply. They have a concept of a plan, but the they have a bottom line to something that they don't even know how they are going to implement. But they just want you to know that they believe that there's a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse on a program to feed the hungry. Allows $6 a day to feed hungry people, and they don't account for the skyrocketing grocery prices. But the problem is waste, fraud, and abuse. Okay. She did not provide further information on when or how people would need to reapply. Her comments comes after funds for the SNAP program ran out of federal funding during the government shutdown, which in fact it did not run out of funds. They had plenty of funds to the point where a judge told them that they must disperse all of those funds in November. And then they took it to the Supreme Court so they wouldn't have to. It's not like these programs are running out of money. It's like they don't want to use the money on the poor people in the United States as they send $40 billion to Argentina, and you hear 45, 47 play in your face and say, they're dying over there. Those people are dying. You don't know what you're talking about. Those people are dying. So I guess he would prefer United States people to die. Okay. The program ran out of federal funding during the government shutdown, leading many conservative pundits and even 45, 47 to criticize just how much the government spends on food stamp SNAP, which serviced nearly 42 million Americans, cost around $100 billion in fiscal year 2024. So, what did I tell you when he said that they would not be sending out SNAP in November? He said that around the end of October that they would not be sending out SNAP benefits. Didn't I tell you this was only to have the conversation about SNAP and put SNAP in the snares of their fucking ire and their disdain. I told you this. SNAP didn't have nothing to do with the government shutdown. But since he made that move, that unnecessary move, that illegal move to stop SNAP benefits, now everybody's looking at SNAP. Why we gotta pay SNAP? How come these people don't get up and get a job? He wants you to believe that there's waste, fraud, and abuse in the SNAP program, which certify people every 6 months. But he wants you to believe that there's waste, fraud, and abuse. They want you to believe without showing you any evidence that of this waste, fraud, and abuse. Chaba. But they can. How much money are they complaining about? Waste, fraud, and abuse. All of those bombs that they are carpet bagging the Palestinian people that are supplied with your tax dollars. Are they saying that any of those bombs are waste, fraud, and abuse? No, they're not. Are they saying that any of the money that you are sending over there to support the Israeli government and what they do over in Palestine, are they telling you any of that is race, fraud, and abuse? As all the Palestinians, as all the Israeli people have health care, all of them, all of them, and we're financing what their government is doing in Palestine. But they want to tell you that feeding people, allotting $6 a day to feed poor people in your own country is waste, fraud, and abuse. Make any of this make sense? Okay. Many conservative pundits and even 4547 criticize just how much the government spends. Okay. SNAP fraud can occur when participants intentionally lie about their qualifications for the program. Retailers exchange benefits for cash, or criminals skim the EBT cards for benefits per USDA Food and Nutrition Services. But anti-hunger groups say that there are not nearly as much fraud as the 4547 administration allege, and note that SNAP only issues about $6 a day in benefit to the average participant. The SNAP administrators already require participants to recertify their information as often as every 6 months, and families that receive benefits are expected to keep their work history, income, and other personal information up to date. USDA did not immediately respond to a request to clarify a timeline for Rollins' new plan or how it differs from current state level requirements for participants to reapply to the program. So they know that they want to tell you that there's so much waste, fraud, and abuse, but they have not. Created any solution for the problem that they are trying to tell you that is so vapid in food stamps. Now, I let me share this with you. Wait a minute. I may want to share. If you do not want AI going, if you are not aware, AI is going through all your emails. If you have a Google email, so I want to share this with you. And if you don't want, hey Z Sarah, hey Bird, hey Bush baby, if you do not want, if you do not want AI going through all of your emails, and I mean all of your emails. Let me drop this link in the chat. I think that it is very helpful. I'm going to drop it in the chat right now, and I'm also going to drop it in the description box. Uh, Here you go. I think that anybody who has a Google account, I think that it would behoove of you to go through this. This is number 6 in my description box. If you need to come back and find it, it is also in the chat. Uh, I'm sharing this information uh, with anybody who is associated with me on social media. If you want to share it, my chat isn't updating. I can't see everyone coming in. But they may be on the. I'm using two different apparatus. So they may be on the a different. They may be on the vertical, and you're on the horizontal, or vice versa. So that could be it, Z Sarah. I'm not sure, but let me share this with you. I just want to give you guys this information. I think that it is going to be very helpful to you. And it has the instructions of how to shut it down where AI does not get into your Google emails.
You're going to want to listen up. Apparently, Google has allowed AI to scan your emails, all of the information, every single email, every word, and every attachment. Doesn't matter if it's financial documents, taxes, whatever personal information, it is being scanned by AI under your Gmail account. So if you have Gmail accounts, I want you to go through and do this right now. You're going to want to go in and click this little gear in your inbox under settings, then click see all settings. From there, you're going to want to scroll until you see Smart Features and Google Workspace Smart Features. This is what we're focusing on. So here under Smart Features, you're going to want to take that and click that off. Turn off and reload. And then here under Google Workspace Smart Features, you're going to want to click that. And then make sure that both of these check marks are turned off. 1, 2, boom, and save. And there you go. You are now saved from AI scanning all of your information. If you have a Gmail account, you're going to want to listen up. Apparently, Google has allowed
very simple steps. So make sure you protect yourself. One of the reasons why this is also important is when AI is getting all of your information, they're getting all of your information. They are actually even getting information that when you purchase things online, because you are you and you are signed in as you, and they have all the information about you. When you go to purchase different things, you may be charged more money than someone else. I may be charged $100 more because AI sees whatever points about me and decide to charge me $100 more. It could even just be something as simple as me being a black woman. It could be something about me being a woman who has more means, less means. We don't know what AI is using to calculate this, but this is happening right now, and based upon your profile, that these stores and companies that you order things offline may be selling the same thing that you're buying on the same day to someone else who has a different profile for more or less money based upon your identifying characteristics. So I wanted to share this with you as well. I think it's this one. Yes, it's this one. Let me share this information with you as well. Hold on. Let me reboot it. Let me turn on the sound. And this is going to be number 7 in my description box. I found this very interesting. This is why you need to be suspect of this AI shit.
New way to charge you more for something than anyone else is paying. It's a tactic called surveillance pricing. To explain it, here's one of the top experts on the subject, former Federal Trade Commission Chair, Lena Khan.
Imagine you're at your local electronics store buying a new TV for $500. You might think you're getting a good deal, but as the cashier rings you up, you notice someone else buying the exact same TV for $400. And the customer next to them, they're only paying $350. As far as you can tell, there was no special discount available, no loyalty card that could explain this. So what gives? You'd be outraged. You would demand to know why you were being charged more than someone else for the exact same TV on the exact same day. Well, what if I told you that corporations may already be doing this when you shop online? You see, every day our phones and devices collect massive amounts of personal data on us. And now businesses may be using this trove of personal information to charge each of us a different price for the exact same product or service. When I was chair of the FTC, we launched an investigation into this shadowy world of surveillance pricing. Our initial findings revealed that retailers across many industries can use third-party data brokers to build a comprehensive profile on you. It can track your location, your race, your income level, your past online purchases, your browser history, even your mouse movements on a web page featuring a video just like this one. They can then use your personal data against you to predict what they call your pain point, or the highest amount of money that you're willing to spend on a particular good or service. And unlike being in a physical store where you generally see the same price tag as everyone else, online shopping is an individualized experience. You might not even realize that you're being charged more than someone else for the exact same product. Now, it's true that some businesses have historically charged different prices for different segments of customers based on characteristics like age. Think senior citizens getting discounts at restaurants.
Boomers get everything, don't we?
But surveillance pricing is different. It's when businesses use your personal data, including about whatever is happening in your life on any given day, to set whatever price they think they can get away with charging. Imagine you're a new parent and your baby is sick. A corporation could charge you a higher price for a thermometer or medicine because they know that a new parent will be more desperate. Or maybe a loved one dies and you need to travel on short notice. You could be charged more for a plane ticket if you got an email about funeral arrangements. These surveillance practices are opaque, so we don't know the full extent of how our personal information is being used against us. But consumer watchdogs and researchers have identified some of the ways that corporations are already doing this. The Princeton Review reportedly charged more for test prep services to online customers from zip codes that contained higher Asian populations. Evidence shows that ride-sharing apps are charging different prices for the exact same rides at the exact same time. Why? It's not entirely clear, but researchers ran tests and found that riders with lower battery life on their phone were charged more. Travelers booking tickets on travel websites with IP addresses in the San Francisco Bay Area were charged up to $500 more per night for the exact same hotel rooms than travelers from less affluent cities, regardless of whether or not the buyer was actually wealthy. And some internet service providers in the US have reportedly been charging the same prices for lower internet speeds in poorer, less white neighborhoods. It's already clear that businesses have the incentive and ability to unleash surveillance pricing. So what can we do to stop corporations from using our personal data to rip us off? As we recommend in the report, the FTC should continue to investigate surveillance pricing practices because Americans deserve to know how their private data is being used. And with that research, lawmakers should consider passing stronger consumer protection and privacy laws that protect us from this type of price discrimination. Some states have already introduced bills that would ban surveillance pricing altogether. You can also take steps to try to limit how much data firms can collect on you, including by regularly clearing your search history and cookies or using a private browser or VPN. People have a right to know how their personal data is being used, and businesses shouldn't be able to weaponize our own data against us, charging each of us a different price just because they can.
They don't like you black people. They do not like you black people. They are trying to rip every penny from you. And this is why you should know that the blackout, buying blackout everything, unless you need to buy something November 25th through December 2nd. Buy buy from local, small local businesses. Buy from people who are selling things like on Etsy or things like that. Let them know that they are going to respect your dollar or they will not get your dollar. This is what this is all about. It is it's really unfortunate that you have people who are willing to pay for their own demise, but those who know better do better. And the blackout is from November 25th through December 2nd. So that's all the information I can do. If you know better, you do better. If you don't do better, then hey, you will be got by these big billionaire corporations, and your money will be got. And that's it, and that's all. It's just it just stuns me that people are giving information, and they are so contrary, thinking that this little trivial bullshit matters, when they are trying to just it is just really disgusting, the things that these corporations are doing to hurt you for their own profits. That's all I'm saying. Let me see. I think this is something I definitely want to share with you. I have been giving you information. I have been giving you information. I don't know how many of you are familiar. There was a pregnant woman, a young pregnant woman, who went in to uh, the emergency because she was having what she believed to be contractions. And I want you to notice, I have told you that Black women are twice more likely to die in childbirth. We understand the medical disparities against Black people, especially Black women. We understand. Let me share this with you. I have talked about this many times, so I want to share with you what happened in Dallas, and give you an update about what happened in Dallas. There's a gynecologist who's going to actually give you the history of the disparity in healthcare in Black women. We can never forget that I highlighted that time when Dr. Jackie, a Black woman, a Black gynecologist, a Black woman who gives, who delivers babies, a Black woman who herself has never had a child, but she delivers children. When she said on the slide, "Oh, they just be putting on and all this." See, this is a Black woman who went to medical school, a note in Mississippi. So let me share this with you. If you're not if you're unfamiliar with that story, thank you, y'all. Going to hell. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So let me share this with you. Let me get the sound on and start it over. This is very important. I'm going to drop this link in the actual chat, and I'm going to drop it in the description box. You guys really may want to share this information. Here we go.
Viral right now about a Black mother in labor, doubled over in pain, begging for help, while hospital staff ask her routine triage questions. I won't play the whole thing because I don't like amplifying Black trauma, but here's a clip that highlights what I want to talk about today.
Right now.
Y'all treat all your patients like this or just the Black ones?
She gave birth 12 minutes after that moment. My name's Dr. Joel, the medical mythbuster, and today let's talk about Black women and pain. Because as shocking as that looks, This didn't come out of nowhere. Moments like that are connected to a much longer story in American medicine. I want to start that story in the 1800s with J. Marion Sims, often called the father of modern gynecology. He conducted studies on enslaved black women without any anesthesia, justified it by saying that black women didn't feel pain in the same way as others. That lie didn't stay in the 1800s. It became embedded in medical and general culture, spreading through textbooks, training, and systems. Versions of that myth still show up today. For example, a study in 2016 from the University of Virginia found that at least 50% of medical trainees believed at least one false statement about biological differences in black patients, including the idea that black people have thicker skin or feel less pain. And that's how bias works. It doesn't always show up as hatred or slurs. It shows up as delays, as disbelief, as assuming that someone is exaggerating, as telling a woman in active labor to just answer a few more questions. When she asks, "Do you treat all your patients like this or just the black ones?" she's not imagining things. She's naming a pattern that's been documented for decades. This is part of the reason why black women in the United States are 3 to 4 times more likely to die during childbirth compared to white women, not because of biology, but because of systemic bias and delays in care. For me, this isn't about blaming one nurse in one moment. It's about understanding how the systems we built and the history that we inherited make moments like this feel normal when they're anything but. We can't fix what we refuse to see. And black women deserve a healthcare system that listens the first time. There's a video going viral right now about a black mother in labor, doubled over in pain, begging for help, while hospital staff asked her routine triage questions. I won't play the whole thing because I don't like amplifying black trauma, but here's a clip that highlights what I want to talk about today.
Right now.
Okay, I wanted to leave it right there. I have been streaming. I have been screaming this from the rafters that this is something that has been ignored throughout history to its current day. I want to give you the update on this story. Here is the update on this story. The bitch was terminated. Thank God this bitch right here, who was so lackadaisio as this young black woman was in pain. She was terminated from her job. Let me see. I thought I had something. I thought I had 2 pictures. Uh, I don't. Well, she was definitely terminated from her job. So I wanted to update you guys. Is this the one? No, that's not the one. Okay. Yeah. So I just wanted to give you the update on that. If you have or have not heard about that story, I put the link in my description box, and they have terminated that person. So thank God for that. So let's go on. Let me see. One more thing. You want America first. America first. Now, 4547 has come out and said, I think it's Seth Meyers, should be fired. He said that, who is it? Not Warner Brothers. I forget what channel he's on. He has come out and said another late night comedian should be fired. But what I'm wondering, how is it that a Saudi Arabia, uh, how Saudi Arabia is about to finish the purchasing of Warner Brothers, and wait until you find out what news outlet that would give them control over as well. If you guys haven't heard about this, while your president is talking about firing television personalities, we are possibly Warner Brothers is one of the I think it is the largest uh, television television movie and streaming production in the United States. And everything is being sold in the United States. It's like a closing sale. It's like everything's half off for billionaire sales, all of America. You know, the America First, America under the America First presidency, they're selling off America.
Ever. So thank you for supporting me and watching this and watching all the other independent media journalists.
I gotta start that over. Hold on. Let me let him tell you the story.
Right now. And I just want to remind everyone that independent media is more important than ever. So thank you for supporting me and watching this and watching all the other independent media journalists and entertainment outlets out there right now, because Warner Brothers Discovery is very close to a deal to be purchased by Saudi Arabia, the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia. Now, that might not sound like a big deal, but this is a foreign government looking to purchase an American media company, one of the largest. It's a massive deal. So this would be the first time ever that a country that is a unitary government, a monarchy, purchases a company in the United States and will have control of a large portion of our mainstream media. They will control CNN. They will control lots of entertainment. They will be deciding what we as Americans will get to consume from anything that comes out of that entity. And that includes HBO and Comedy Central and many, many other networks and entertainment services Americans love and enjoy. And that could all change dramatically with this. I just want to remind everyone, 15 of the Saudi nationals that were found to be involved in the 9/11 attacks were linked to the Saudi government. So do we want that type of government that launched one of the worst attacks on our country, or at least aided in it, running one of our largest media corporations? It's a very important question. This is a major, major deal. That's why this is so consequential, so huge. Let me know what you guys think about this. Comment, like, share, spread the word, follow, subscribe, and I'll see you back here for the 411. Major.
Okay. I just thought that this was quite odd. I thought that this is quite odd in this America First presidency. That CNN. I'm not a fan of CNN because they have already bent the knee, and all of their programming is both sides ism and what about ism and all of this shit. No follow up questioning, and in most parts from their actual paid newscasters. They may have a guest that would ask a follow up question, but I just wanted to give you that information. This is where we are. This is who will be pumping information into the spear and the minds of Americans. Let's. This is number 9 on my link. I also put that in there for you. Is there any more information that I thought that you guys would be interested in? Let me peruse. I've already given you this. Let me peruse. Now, let's talk about the Democrat Party. We know that Chuck Schumer is the ranking member of the House, and he was just a disappointment in the point that he voted to vote on that big bloated budget bill that moved it to the Senate to be voted on. Had not Chuck Schumer, if Chuck Schumer was effective, he wouldn't have gotten that big bill signed. Now, Chuck Schumer was also in charge of the Democrat Congress, and when these eight feckless Congress people signed on with the Republicans. And remember, the Republicans kept telling you that the Democrats were keeping the government closed because they would not sign a clean CR continuing resolution to keep the government open. Remember, they kept us telling you that the Democrat had voted on it 12 times before. But remember, they kept telling you how clean that continuing resolution was. Right before they voted on that continuing resolution, it was discovered that something was tucked inside that continuing resolution, where the eight senators that I told you, uh, Josh Hawley, oh, uh, what's the queer one? What's the from South? No, Lindsey Graham. Uh, uh, what's the other old guy? Turtle Face. What is Turtle Face name? There were eight senators that it was discovered that the FBI, in their investigation of January 6th, they requested their phone records of eight senators. They didn't request to hear who these people had talked to. What they re- what they requested was the data to see who they had called. They after the January 6th uh, uprising, they wanted to see where these people were calling and who they were receiving phone calls for. Because we're not gonna forget that Josh Hawley gave all that those rioters a big fist pump before he went in to certify the votes. So we're not gonna act like we didn't see Josh Hawley out there supporting this bullshit. But then when they start breaking in to the when they start breaking into the chambers, we saw Josh Hawley running like a bitch. So, what they inserted into this alleged clean CR, or was the ability to sue and get between 500,000 and $1 million from the government for this investigation. They didn't. They didn't listen in on phone calls. Understand? They just wanted to know uh, who you talking to. And are you talking to anybody who has put this event together? That's what they looked at. Numbers and cross-reference numbers in an investigation. But these are the same people that tells you you why they voted that the government can listen in on all of your conversation. This is the same government that allowed the that was that the Patriot Act to effectively go in and listen in to all of your phone conversations and all of this shit. Okay, so they snuck that into this reopening this clean CR. They so possibly the United States citizens will be on the hook for up to $8 million from senators who were not had no information beyond this investigation. Listened to illegally procured anything that they stuck that into the a big beautiful bill when in that is exactly and expressively against the law. No senator is able to sign anything into law that will give them personal gain. It's against the law what they did in this continuing resolution to open the government. But I wonder if we're gonna hear Charlemagne the dog, or Stephen A. Smith talk about that. You can't enrich yourself when you are signing laws in the Senate. If you didn't know that, that is true as well. So we know um, Chuck Schumer, those 8 Democrats who signed this continuing resolution to open the government up. This is what they signed on to. Now they asked quite a few Republicans, "Well, will you? Do you think that that should be in the bill?" No, I don't think that it should be in the bill. Uh, when they were personally asked, "Do you think that this clause should be in the bill?" Well, no, I'm very disturbed. Hold on one second. They did the Susan Collins song. I'm quite concerned. I'm very concerned. I am concerned. But none of them voted to have it taken out. When asked and let me see. I think I may have that. When challenged to take it out, all of them refused to take it out. Let's see. I think I may have that. Hold on one second. I found that quite interesting. This clean CR. Let me see. Let me see. Now, Lindsey Graham said he denies that that provision is self-serving. Okay. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on one second. I apologize. Maybe I can find it here. And also, who is also feckless is that goddamn Hakeem Jeffries. Let me see. Let me see. So we got the 8 senators who opened up the funding bill. We got Hakeem Jeffries and we have Chuck Schumer. Now there is the one of the groups that uh, started the No Kings protest. They are putting together candidates to primary of these feckless Democrats. And the 8 Democrats who uh, 7 Democrats and 1 independent, Angus King, who signed on to go along with the Republican to open up the government. They thought that they have a cover because their elections are beyond 2030. They are not coming up for re-election in 2026 or 2028. Their elections are somewhere in 2030. So they think that you're going to forget that they done this by then. And they're going to have a whole slew of voters who are ignorant to the fact that this is the shit that they decided to open the government on and not get health care, the subsidies for health care extended. That is going to cause a lot of people, millions of people, to lose their health care. They think that you're going to forget that. So, Indivisible, I believe, is one of the group that has put up a. Let me see. Has put up a campaign to get all of these people primaried out of office. So, let me share this link with you. And I hope they all get kicked out of office as well. All of them. And if you're not going to fight as a Democrat, if you're not going to fight for the people, I hope more of them get kicked out as well. Because it has been reported that more than the 8 that voted for this actually were on board with it. And Chuck Schumer was definitely on board, or he wouldn't allow the vote to go forward as the leader of the Democrat senators. Let's get into this.
Has launched one of the largest primary efforts in American history, targeting what they call ineffective and weak Democratic leaders. Now, as part of this primary effort, they will be supporting candidates who do not support Chuck Schumer to remain as leader of the Senate Democratic Caucus, especially over the past 48 hours. Ezra Levin, one of the founders of Indivisible, says that Chuck Schumer and a critical mass of Senate Democrats surrendered. It's no longer about them. It's about us. We're done waiting for Democrats to find their spine. We can't afford a weak and cowardly Democratic Party while the authoritarians invade our cities, terrorize our communities, and threaten our democracy. Now, we'll see who is going to be primaried, who they're going to support, but they're going to put a lot of money and groundswell support from individual chapters across the country. Spread the word. Full updates on my Substack, as always, linked in bio, so subscribe for free.
Okay, that link is number 10 in my description box. Go over and check out Aaron Paranis. He is the number 3. Hold on. I believe he is with the Midas Touch Network, but his channel itself is number 3, right under Fox News and the Daily Mirror. I think it's the Daily Mirror. He is number 3. He does updates like every hour on the hour, sometimes 2 updates on the hour. If you are not subscribed to him, you should go over there and check him out. He is number, what did I say, 10? I just dropped him. He is number 10 in my description box. I refer to him often. Let me see what you guys are saying. Hey, Willie May. Damn, Ronnie Q. Damn what? Hey, Jill. Damn what? Oh, damn, Ronnie Q. Thank you, Stop Down. I appreciate you. Love you, girl. Keep doing you, boo-boo. Do tell. I was like, damn what? Thank you. I appreciate you. I'm your private dancer. A dancer for money. Do what you want me to do. Stomp Down. Yeah, I saw you. I'm gonna go over there and check you out. I'm gonna go over there and give you a replay later on. If you guys are not familiar with Stomp Down, you may want to check out. Let me drop his link. Let me drop Stomp Down's link. Go over there and check out Stomp Down. I saw you over there earlier, Stump Down. I dropped in because I was a little busy. And I'm not telling you to go over there particularly for what happened over on his channel earlier in the day. I was busy on my own live, but trust and believe, I'm going to go over there. And if I need to come live again this evening and drag a half Mexican, half black, loving his garden MF, I will be back. This is Stomp Down. This is his chat. Go over there and check out Stomp Down. Here we go. Lord. A lot of foolishness. I can imagine he done drugged me all over the place this morning. Ain't nothing like a good kiss ass. Okay, so what was that? Aaron Paranis. Yes, he is number 3 It gives you information all day long. If you want to stay up on stuff, go over there and join him on Instagram. His link is number 10 in my description box. He will definitely keep you updated. Now let's talk about Lindsey Graham. The payout bill. Let's talk about this payout bill that these Republicans are getting. Let me see if I can find them when they were actually. Uh-oh. Oh, oh, oh. Hold on. Okay, let's check this one out. I think this is the one. Uh, Let me share this with you, where they are getting in the Republicans' asses for adding this amendment to this clean CR to pay these 8 senators money. Here we go. And if I'm wrong, hey, I'm wrong. I think this is one though. Let me share this. Here we go. Oh no. Hold on. Something's wrong. Let me stop sharing. Hold on 1 second. We'll share something else while we're trying to get this one to go. I apologize. Oh, don't tell me all of my links are locked up. No, they're not all locked up. Okay, let's go to this one. This is a comedian. I thought that it was quite interesting. I forgot what his comment is about, but I thought it was interesting at the time. Now I can't even remember the dang on joke. So I don't know why I'm sharing this with you. Information about Erica Kirk. This is what this is about. If you guys didn't know all of this information, I knew quite a bit of this information. I had heard of quite a bit of it, but let him tell you this. This is Sammy Yobrid. Uh, the link is number 11 in the chat. Listen about all of this information about Erica Kirk, about Israel, about all of these Romanian children that went missing. This is what this is about. All of these Romanian children that went missing under when Erica Kirk went over there and was supposed to be helping Romanian orphans. Erica Kirk, who was a pageant winner in one of 45-47's beauty pageants, Miss Arizona, I believe. Erica Kirk, whose parents, did quite a bit of business, worked for the Israeli government. Erica Kirk. Let's delve into this. If you guys are unfamiliar with the things that they may not say a lot about Erica Kirk.
Trump before she knew Charlie. She actually won Trump's Miss Arizona pageant. Her parents are both from military intelligence family. Her dad did Raytheon arms deals with Israel, probably unrelated. And Erica Kirk was part of running an orphanage in Romania where children went missing. Enough children for Romania to permanently ban the orphanage and permanently ban Erica Kirk. Do you know how up you gotta be to get banned in Romania? Andrew Tate is the mayor there. You really gotta push some boundaries. My this is when Epstein was still active. So I'll let you connect the dots. By the way, I'm not suicidal. For the record, I am quite happy, okay? You heard it here. But the weirdest thing about Erica Kirk, she met Charlie Kirk, not on Christian Mingle. She went in to interview at his company, Turning Point USA. He said that he fell in love right away. Now, 4 years later, he's dead. And she has now inherited Turning Point USA. She's doing podcasts on it too. Like, I'm so excited. Like, to my future wife, please wait 2 months after I die before doing a podcast. 3 months if it's my own. Come on. When you look at how fast she moved on, and then you look at how it started and how it ended, how it started was not romance. How it started was her going in for a job, and how it ended was her getting a promotion. So I'm just saying. It was probably Tyler.
If you didn't know, now you know. And that he just wasn't telling a joke. Now, let's talk about a good old T-Mobile and what they will do to the black public to keep them down, to ensure that they get money. If you guys didn't know this about T-Mobile, let's get into a little T-Mobile news that you may be able to use. Let me start this over to make sure it's at the beginning. First of all, okay, now let me give it the volume that you need. That last video, that's video 11. This will be video 12 if you want to find it in my description box.
Mobile network called Trump Mobile. And do you know which of the larger carriers is carrying his network for him? It's T-Mobile. Did you know that T-Mobile had to...
The him she's talking about, Trump Mobiles runs on the T-Mobile network.
Cancel its entire DEI program because it needed the Trump FCC's approval for a giant merger. And to win that approval, it canceled its entire DEI initiatives. Something I've been teaching my sons lately is how we, the little people, have power with our money. We get to choose what brands we want to support, what businesses we want to give our money to, and our money is one of the few things that we have as power, as individual people. So as soon as I heard this, as soon as I started learning more about how enmeshed T-Mobile is in supporting the Trump administration, I canceled our services. And when I did switch services, we saved over $120 a month on our wireless bill. In a time where it feels really powerless as an individual person, we collectively can push back with our money and choosing where we spend it, who we give it to, and what we support. If you didn't know that Trump Mobile ran on the T-Mobile network, please share this with your loved ones, with your friends, with anybody else that needs to know this information, because I don't think enough people do. Do you know that Trump has his own mobile network called Trump Mobile? And do you know which of the larger carriers is carrying his network for him? It's T-Mobile. Did you know that T-Mobile had to cancel its entire DEI program because it needed the Trump FCC's approval for a giant merger? And to win that approval, it canceled its entire DEI initiatives. Something I've been teaching my sons lately is how we, the little people, have power.
I wanted you to understand that really, yes, really. That's why. See, that woman knows where her power lies, and she's teaching her children where her power lies. But grown adults don't seem to know where their power lies. This is why I give you the information. You do with it as you see fit. But I know where my power lies. Okay. Speaking of Erica Kirk. I found this spooky. I must share this with you. Now I have been watching a little bit of the things that have been coming out about this whole Charlie Kirk situation. How it was wrapped up in a bow real quick, and none of the stuff makes sense. But this is interesting to me. Check this out. Who remember the Nick Cage movie Snake Eyes? I vaguely remember watching it. I don't think I watched it all the way through. Um, so if you hear anything that she says that is not true, because I can't independently verify anything about the movie other than I remember Nick Cage was in it. She was in it also as a 12-year-old. Am I sharing it? Let me share. Am I sharing it? Yes, I am sharing it. Let me reboot it to make sure the sound is on. Hold on one second. Okay, let's get into this, which is kind of interesting.
Let me tell you all about a coincidence, and you all tell me if it's as wild as I think it is. Back in the 90s, when I was in high school, I was an extra on a couple of films, and one in particular was Snake Eyes, a film that starred Nicolas Cage. And do you want to know where I was an extra on that film? At the Trump Taj Mahal in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Okay. Do you want to know the plot of that movie? It involves an assassination of a politician named Charlie Kirkland. He was shot. The name of the person who shot Charlie Kirkland was named Lincoln Tyler. The tagline for the movie Snake Eyes: believe everything except your eyes. Does anyone else find that odd? Let me tell you all about a coincidence, and you all tell me if it's as wild as I think it is. Back in the 90s,
Tyler Robinson is the name of the person who was arrested. So I thought that was there's just no way around some of these necessary things that we need in our lives. That's how they set things up, unfortunately. Okay, Jill. Okay, that's one way to look at it. Um, Let me see. I don't know if every phone service is set up with them, but I do know that I don't have T-Mobile. So maybe I am going to actually have to, maybe that's why I'm just so relaxed with it, but I am sure that I don't have T-Mobile. So I may have to look into my phone service. You're absolutely correct. I will definitely do that. Now, you guys heard about this new show that's coming on Bravo? Have you guys heard of this new Bravo show? It's another Real Housewives. If you are unfamiliar with this, that link is in my description box. They have the intro. You know how they are holding their diamond or their peach, or they have a new Real Housewives. So let me show you the intro for the new Real Housewives show. Let's get into this.
And rebranded every news cycle.
Hold on, I have to rewind it because I need to put the volume on. I hate that when I share it out, the volume is not automatically on. Here we go. Real Housewives.
My principles are like my eyeliner, reapplied and rebranded every news cycle.
My Hot Mess Express lips were made for lying, and that's just what they'll do.
When I walk into a room, fake patriots salute me. Real ones think, God help us.
My advice? Shoot first and fact check later, especially if it's wagging its tail.
A vaccine in the arm keeps me up at night.
but a worm in the brain tucks me in.
I genuinely never know where I'm looking, which makes hiding certain lists a breeze.
Enigmas never age, and every day is a wonderful secret, except that pesky list. I'm on every damn page.
The Real Housewives of the White House. Let me drop this link in the chat if you guys want to watch it over again and again and again, like I had to do. There's the link for that. I am also putting it in the description box. It will be number 14 in the description box. Everything that I play is in the description box, only numbered. All of these labels that I used to put in would confuse me more than alert me to what I was actually intending to show. Now, I think that's no. I have one more. The survivors of the Jeffrey Epstein fiasco came out. They came out with a video. Let me share this with you because with all the talk going around the Epstein situation and you know. Trying to make them more adult than they were, and all of this foolishness. We cannot forget that these were actual children that these things were done to. So let me share this with you. This will be number 15 in my description box. Let me make sure the sound is on. Here we go.
I suffered so much pain. So much pain.
So much pain.
I suffered so much pain. I was 14 years old. I was 16 years old. I was 16.
17.
14 years old. This is me. This was me. This is me.
When I met Jeffrey Epstein.
This is me when I met Jeffrey Epstein. There are about 1,000 of us.
It's time to bring the secrets out of the shadows. It's time to shine a light into the darkness.
Okay, so I'm gonna drop that link in the description box as well. I'm gonna put J Eps. Okay, that is the commercial for that. You know, they're requesting that you call your congressman or your senator. So I needed to share that. I think that that is something that we should never forget. That this GOP really don't want you to remember. So let me remind you, the GOP, who the GOP in the instance of this Epstein stuff. To me, I concur. This appears to be the GOP in regards to this Epstein stuff. This is hung up. It is. I think it's. I think they're using some type of projecting apparatus, and is projected upon a building in Los Angeles. The GOP Guardians of Edophile billboard goes up in Los Angeles. So I'm going to link that in the description box because this is quite disgusting. I don't even have children. I don't have a daughter. Uh, but when you think about this, this is beyond politics. This is about criminality. And, why is it that they want to criminalize everything in the United States? But they are trying to whitewash this, and they are talking about this, and they're calling these people who this were done to. They're calling these children at the time that it happened to them. They are calling them women. No, these were actual children who are now women. That's what it is. So, let me see. Is there anything else? I think there are a couple of. I think I shared all the articles. Oh no! Why is it that 4547 is about to send us to war in Venezuela? You think at with all the time that I have been reporting this to you, you think that they actually have a plan? They actually have a concept of a plan. They that uh, at this point it's all but certain that they are going to go and try to topple Maduro in Venezuela, but they still don't have a plan. Trump's don't call it a day after plan for Venezuela. Okay, Venezuela dictator Nicolas Maduro and his closest aide should consider reading up on Turkey. Some Trump administration officials are talking about exiling them there, unless they agree to go to Russia or Azerbaijan or maybe Cuba. So they have no idea. They're thinking about sending them to Turkey, uh, Azerbaijan, Cuba, or Russia. Okay, so they're thinking about it. Giving Maduro and his confidence a safe passage to another country is one idea aides to President 4547 are mulling as they consider what to do with Venezuela if they succeed. If is a good word. If they succeed in toppling the strong man, according to a U.S. official and two other people familiar with the discussions. Other Others are suggesting placing Maduro under arrest and putting him on trial in the U.S. A third person familiar with the talks told me, after all, the ongoing Trump military operation in the Caribbean isn't officially about regime change in Venezuela. You're right. It isn't officially about it, but we know it is exactly the reason why they're going. But officially, they're saying that they're uh, fighting narco traffickers. So how would they then arrest? How would they then arrest Maduro when they are just killing people in fishing boats? And the ones that the three that have survived, they haven't even bothered to arrest them. This administration is up to a whole lot of lawless, illegal shit. A whole lot of war crimes. That's what they're doing right now. Okay, so Okay, after all, the ongoing Trump military operation in the Caribbean isn't officially about regime change in Venezuela. The administration says it's fighting terrorist drug cartels in the region, and Maduro is already under U.S. indictment on drug charges, allegations he denies. Some Trump aides are hoping that the threats of U.S. military action alone spurs chaos in Maduro's regime and cause him to lose his grip on power. The 4547 team, fairly or not, isn't known for its long term thinking. Hmm. Politico is dragging. The Trump team, fairly or not, isn't known for its long-term thinking. So it's notable that the aides are pondering post-Maduro scenarios at all. They said it's a wonder that they even thinking about what they gonna do after they get rid of him at all. It's a wonder. That how pathetic is that? They're so short-sighted. Okay, no deep thinkers there. It's a sign that notable. It's a sign that 4547 isn't about to abandon his campaign in the region, as is 4547 recent deployment of a massive aircraft carrier there. Which aspects of these plans the U.S. choose to pursue could offer clues about how much of a role it plays in Venezuela and the broader region for years. This is as part of their post Maduro thinking, 4547As are debating which sanctions to lift on Venezuela and when to do so. Some are mulling the roles of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund could play in helping Venezuela rebuild its devastated economy. How to tap Venezuela's oil wealth would obviously play a part too. There's even some discussion of encouraging private security firms like Blackwater. Like there is even some discussion about encouraging private security firms, possibly from other countries, to offer initial protection to the leadership that succeeds Maduro. If it's a Washington friendly leadership, of course, the U.S. officials and one of the people said, I if it's a wait a minute, if it's a Washington friendly leadership, of course, the U.S. official and one of the people said, I guaranteed them and others anonymity to talk without sensitive diplomatic matters. From what I gathered, the post Maduro talks in the administration are not robust or well coordinated. Of course, they're not. This is Trump. Why would they be well coordinated or robust? Instead, a few people are thinking through the topic at a range of institutions: state, energy, treasury, justice, defense, and the White House, and more. So you have all of these different agencies putting together their separate ideas of what should happen there, and none of them are thinking as a cohesive unit. That makes sense for this administration. Um, A few people are thinking through the topic at a range of institutions, from the State Department, the Department of Energy, the Treasury Department, the Justice Department, the Defense Department, and the White House, and more. And more. And why would the Defense Department be thinking about anything? Because they're numbnuts. They have a fucking sycophant running the Department of Defense. Well, his job is not to think. His job is to do what he's told. We know that's why he's there. Some are reaching out to former U.S. officials and outside analysts. The Venezuelan opposition has said it has its own plan for what to do in Venezuela in the immediate hours and days after Maduro's fall. Uh, Venezuelan opposition, you're not going to have no choice, no say in anything that goes on in your own country. You can be opposed to Maduro all you want to, and you can think that they going to sit your opposition ass in the seat when you didn't take him out since you so opposed to him. You think that they're going to allow you to have any say in the matter? You may want to run and hide as well. Okay, that's what I'm saying. But while 4547As are in touch with the opposition, the U.S. official and two other people told me the administration is not integrating the opposition in any serious way into its ongoing planning. Of course they're not. they're not considering anything that you have to say about your country. Go sit down somewhere. But they are still not talking about a comprehensive, vetted 45, 47 day after plan for Venezuela. When I pressed the U.S. official on the extent of the preparation, they replied by referencing a famous 45, 47 utterance. We have a concept of a plan. I don't rule out that someone at the Pentagon or CIA has a sophisticated but secret scheme in some drawer somewhere, and I'm hoping they call me. So they have absolutely no plan. Is what this is about. Some former U.S. official. Now they have absolutely committed war crime by striking these boats without any proof or evidence, or even trying to make up some, show you some. So this is what we're doing. Some former U.S. officials and others who study Venezuela worry the administration is behind in the post-Maduro planning, that various U.S. departments and agencies aren't really talking to each other, and that not enough civil servants with expertise have been consulted. Of course not. They're the bureaucracy that they wanted to traumatize and get rid of per Russell Vogt. Of course. They've been fired by Elon Musk. How is that possible? It's possible, after all, that Maduro falls and is replaced by someone more anti-American or more corrupt, even one of his aides who may turn on him. The cartels, other criminal gangs, and armed military units in the country could also wreak havoc. If there is a power vacuum and no one asserts authority over the country, drug trafficking and corruption may only worsen. They don't care. Look what they did in Libya. Libya is selling slaves. Do you think they care? What happened to these people? And while they trying to pretend like he's illegal, he has been sit. Maduro is an illegal president. When the president who's saying Maduro is an illegal president is talking about a third term, tried to overthrow uh, the fair election of 2020, still said he won that. Make any of this make sense? Ain't none of this about the people and being governed by somebody in office illegally. Because trust and believe, if 45, 47 had the balls then that he has now, we would be too. We would be governed by a corrupt, unelected president as well. All right. This link is going to be in my description box. I just wanted to, since I talked about what Hexelf said, this feels like 1939. It feels like 1939. Beware. 1939 is the false flag that started World War II. So Hexelf says this feels like 1939. This is number 17 in my description box. And in my opinion, the false flags would be the strikes on these fishing boats that absolutely have not proven to be narco drug traffickers by this administration. So that link is number 17 in my description box. I hope you go over there and check it out. Now, let me. I need to play this for you. Let me. I think we got her. Okay. Let me share this with you. I finally got this video to play where they are questioning the different senators about that extra provision that they inserted into the alleged clean resolution that will pay 6 senators, I believe, 8 senators, up to between 500,000 and $1 million apiece, because they were so unscrupulous doing the certification of the 2020 elections on January 6th, that when it was investigated, they looked into who they were calling on their phones, and to see if there was any untoward things that they could capture from looking at the phone numbers, not listening into phone calls, as they would have you to believe happen when they are woe and me. But these same senators that okay the Patriot Act to actually listen into American citizens' phone calls and emails and whatever the fuck else they want to listen into.
25 to the Senate amendment to H.R. 5371 offered by myself, which strikes Section 213 of Division C, which allows senators who were legally subpoenaed during the January 6th criminal conspiracy investigation to get millions of dollars deposited into their bank accounts at taxpayer expense. Now, we have offered various amendments tonight because we want to make sure we go on the record to determine where do we Republicans stand. Do they stand with Argentina, with the $40 billion we're sending down there, or with American taxpayers and their needs for healthcare and those tax credits? Do they stand with the babies who need the WIC funding? Do they stand in favor of farmers and veterans and children and families who require that nutrition funding? This amendment is slightly different because you agree with us on this policy position. We have heard several of you speak to the fact that you think that this Senate provision is wrong. We have
This Senate provision is wrong. The Senate provision that she's saying that Republicans, you have told us you agree that this provision is wrong. That provision is the provision that will allow Lindsey Graham and the tall running boy from Missouri or whatever. I always forget that motherfucker's name. To get between $500,000 to $1 million apiece. This is the provision she's talking about. You guys have told us here that you agree with this. Well, why can't we strip this out of this bill that is going to reopen the government? Oh, well, we can visit that later. We just need to sign. If you disagree, the majority say that they disagree with it. They never stripped it out of the bill. And this is the conversation around it.
Called it corruption. We do not think it is proper. Heard several of you speak to the fact that you think that this Senate provision is wrong. We have called it corruption. We do not think it is proper that American taxpayers should be sending millions of dollars into individual senators' bank accounts. And those 8 senators that we named earlier are not the only senators which may receive these funds. That is the minimum. This money can continue to flow. We have heard you say that you don't have the power to do anything about this because you want to fund the government, because you want to keep it open. If you would have been here earlier, you would have heard the panels discuss the fact that this could be fast-tracked. We could get this done. But it only gets done if the House exercises its power. And your power is your vote. Your constituents sent you here to vote, not to make a speech, not to say I think it's wrong, and to tweet something and then vote the opposite. The only way this gets changed is if you vote to change it. And so that's why we are bringing this amendment to eliminate this. I also want to make sure that we thank Congressman Raskin and Subramaniam, who have similar amendments and provided excellent testimony tonight about this. So let's see what kind of courage we all have to stand up to this kind of corruption and special treatment for senators, for 100 people who will be treated completely different than every other American who may have their records legally subpoenaed by the Department of Justice. With that, Madam Chair, I move my amendment, and I encourage all of us to think carefully about your vote.
Madam Chair?
Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Yeah, I would just simply say to my colleagues, do the right thing. Because if you don't stop this now, you're never going to stop it. I mean, I don't. This will be a done deal. You will not find a vehicle to be able to get at this. And if we pass this amendment, make this amendment in order tonight, John Thune get on the telephone and get his senators back there tomorrow night. You could fix this, and the government could be open. But don't use the excuse that, oh, this is going to slow down the opening of the government, or that, well, we can't do. Our hands are tied. I mean, you either want to fix this problem or you don't. But understand this: if we don't fix it now, you're never going to fix it. It's a done deal, and it's not just the senators who allow this to happen that are responsible. It will be you as well. I yield back.
Mr. Griffith seeks recognition.
Madam Chair, quote, the government needs to open and it needs to open immediately, end quote. Abigail Spanberger, governor-elect, said that on Sunday. As I said earlier, the problem with all of these amendments is that it stops the government from being able to open. We're trying to get the government reopened, hopefully tomorrow. And I heard the debate earlier about you can fast track it, you can go, there's two ways to do it. You can do it on unanimous consent, or you can have a roll call. I heard the gentleman say that. The problem is that a majority of the Democrats in the Senate have opposed this all the way. All it takes is one to say, I want a roll call. Any one of the roughly, I guess it's 40 of the senators who voted no can demand a roll call, and we lose another week. As I also said before, my district, one of the most economically stressed districts in the nation, has suffered enough. We heard our colleagues say that there needed to be some suffering to get what they wanted. My district has suffered enough. It suffers economically on a fairly regular basis. And in this 40 plus, now 42 days, I think we're at, it has suffered. The suffering needs to end, and we can end it. But to do so, because of the way the process works here, we have to send it back to the Senate if we agree to any of these amendments. And I disagree with my colleague on the other side who said, and he may be right, but I disagree that there's only one chance to do it, and it's now. No, there's going to be other chances that we can strike back at the Senate before the senators actually start filing their claims. And I suspect, after all the attention that's been brought on this, any senator that plans to run for re-election is not going to make a claim. So I think that this is going to resolve itself. But if not, I'm prepared to vote later. But I'm not prepared to keep the government shut an additional day. And I said earlier we want to vote on Wednesday. It is Wednesday. With all of the discussion that we've had, we're now into Wednesday. So we want to get the government open today, later today. That's our goal. That's what I'm trying to do. That's what my people sent me here to do. That's what the governor-elect of Virginia has asked us to do. And I am going to do it by voting no, even though the intent of the amendment is justified. I yield back.
Any further discussion?
Okay, so you see the bullshit. And is he going to be on the hook for paying that money? No, the American people will be on the hook for paying that money.
Yes, Madam
Ms.
Chair.
Scanlon.
I would first yield briefly to Mr. McGovern.
And I'll tell you, people watching this, if people are still up, are rolling their eyes. Because when you want to, this institution can move at the speed of light. To pass tax cuts for multimillionaires and billionaires, corporate bailouts, I mean, it would do it in a nanosecond. But when it comes to this, corruption, oh no, we can't. Oh no, we can't compel the Senate to come back.
I know it's wrong, but if loving you is wrong, I don't want to be right.
I mean, you tried to jam the Senate by sending over your flawed continuing resolution. Now they jammed you back, and you're just going to accept it. And the bottom line is, accepting this means that the people who do not vote for this amendment are complicit in this. And I'm going to tell you, if you believe that this will be fixed, I mean, I don't know. I've been around here a while. I see how this place works. Once this is done, it is done. The Senate will never revisit this, and we'll be powerless to do anything about it. So, but it's just frustrating as hell that when people want to move quickly here, they do. But when people just want to talk about things, you know,
So they said they will revisit it after, we'll revisit it some other time after the bill is passed and we get the government open. Do you think they will revisit this? I concur with him as well.
and not see any changes. We see how this plays out. It really is frustrating. I understand why people are frustrated with this institution. I yield back to my colleague. Yeah.
Gentleman
Thank
yields
you.
back.
No, he yielded back to me.
Ms. Scanlon yields
Thank you.
back.
No, not yet. I didn't.
I'm sorry.
No, he was just yielding back to me.
And speaking of which, aren't you tired of dinosaurs being in Congress? Aren't you tired of these dinosaurs?
Appreciate it.
Would you like
Especially
to speak, Ms.
her.
Scanlon?
Yes,
You're
please.
recognized.
Thank you. What I find, well, among many things that is so troubling about this is all year we have seen Congress rolling over and letting the White House trample on the Constitution, trample on laws, and now we're seeing the House prepared to roll over and let the Senate trample on things. It's not the way our constitutional order is supposed to work. It's not how legislation is supposed to work. I'm very unsympathetic to the idea that it's too late, that the government's been shut down too long. Well, you could have come back a little earlier and we could have hashed this out earlier. But so don't tell us that, it's too late to do anything. And finally, the idea that senators would be too shamed to take advantage of their multi-million-dollar payout, in case you haven't recognized, shame appears to be dead in DC. So I don't think your arguments are persuasive, and I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Ms. Houston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let's just be very clear. Republicans in the House voted to fund the government 50 days ago. Democrats in the House voted to close the government. Republicans in the Senate voted.
Make sure my mic is on. We're very clear on what you're saying. The Democrats decided to say that you needed to put healthcare provisions in there. And you wouldn't work with the Democrats to extend the health care credit so people would not lose their health insurance. You wouldn't even talk to the Democrats. But when the Democrats finally do dumb shit and give in, and they come to the table, they find that you had time to put shit in the bill, in the clean CR. You dirtied up the alleged clean CR with shit that's going to give up to $8 million to senators. Bitch, let me move past her because I'm gonna talk too much through this because I hear her talking dumb shit already. The link is in the description box. If you want to hear dumb shit, let's hear. This is who I want to hear right here. Nagise.
Her first remarks of the hearing, the temptation to respond to some of the comments from my colleagues on the side of the aisle, and in particular my colleague from Indiana, who has joined us now. It's 1 a.m. here, I believe. Her first remarks of the hearing today, after 8 hours of testimony from our colleagues and from the appropriations leaders and all the rest. But nonetheless, wonderful to welcome her to this committee. With respect to this amendment, again, it is folly to think that once this is signed into law by President Trump, that it will ever change. Why do you think these senators packaged this provision into the CR in the first instance? It's because they knew that you would make the exact arguments you're making now. Well, of course, I perhaps this provision is problematic, but I can't possibly vote in favor of this amendment now and put at risk all of the various rationales that all of my colleagues have offered. It's ridiculous. If you oppose this provision, which I believe, as I said, is a corrupt provision, and I suspect that there are some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who agree with me. Actually, some is very charitable. There are two colleagues of mine, three, I think, on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Roy, Mr. Scott, and the gentleman from Virginia, who I think agree that this provision is deeply problematic and should not become law. I don't, with respect to the sentiments of the rest of my colleagues, I guess I just would take this at face value. Because in my view, it is very clear to me that at least with respect to those three individuals, you've expressed your reservations. And I would simply encourage you, at least one or two of my colleagues whom I mentioned, vote in favor of this amendment so that we can at least send a signal to the Senate that what they did in this instance is unacceptable. If you do not, if the amendment fails, if it can't garner a single Republican vote, again, I think the Senate will see this for what it is, which is complicity that at the end of the day, sure, House Republicans may make a lot of noise, but fundamentally, we can roll them whenever we like. We've done it multiple times this year. We will continue to do it for the remainder of the 119th Congress. And I sincerely believe that Mr. Scott and Mr. Roy, I believe that you agree with me that this provision is wrong. I honestly do. So I'm just asking you, vote in favor of the amendment, send a signal to those senators that this was unacceptable. I yield back. Or I yield to the gentleman from New Mexico.
If you would, I mean, you have done that before. We have seen, not frequently, very infrequently, but where you have exercised that kind of independence and voted your conscience on some of these issues. And we appreciate that because we know that's not easy to do. So I do encourage you to consider the signal you are sending to the Senate. The signal you are sending to Americans, you can vote for an amendment to strip this provision. And with that, I yield back to my.
Thank you.
Bottom line, all of this was for naught. They kept that provision in. All of that was for nothing. So let me share. Let me share the actual conversation about that. Reporting. Let me share how this was reported so you can be clear on what they're trying to get pulled out of that alleged clean CR. Here we go. This is going to be in my description box as well.
Moves to the House. We now know that Senate Republicans, as the spending bill to end the government shutdown moves to the House, we now know that Senate Republicans tucked in a provision that could potentially allow them to benefit financially from one of their favorite conspiracy theories. Now, you may remember early last month, some Republicans in the Senate nearly lost their minds after Chuck Grassley, the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, the young man that he is, released this one-page unclassified document that references a preliminary toll analysis conducted by the FBI in 2023 of at least 9 Trump-allied Republican lawmakers. Now, according to the press release, that analysis was phone data the FBI looked at from January 4th through January 7th of 2021, which is, of course, the days surrounding the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. And despite their conspiracy theorizing, all that data showed when calls were made and to whom. That's all it showed, as well as the duration and the general location data of a call. That's it. This information was then folded into Special Counsel Jack Smith's criminal investigation into Donald Trump's attempt to overturn the 2020 election. Republicans quickly claimed that this all was evidence of something worse than Watergate, is what they said, if you can believe it. And in a hearing that following that document's release, Republican members railed against what they're shorthanded as spying.
This is an outrage, an unconstitutional breach, and ought to be immediately addressed.
Can you tell me why my phone records, when I'm the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, were sought by the Jack Smith agents?
We've got a list.
No, you victimized me. I'm a victim. Can you tell me why? They wanted to see what trade you were calling. I would suspect they wanted to see if you were calling trade to make sure they brought the lube. Bring the lube. Josh Hawley.
Tap my phone. Tap Lindsey Graham's phone, tap Marsha Blackburn's phone. We've got nothing but concerns today, but no concern at all for a Justice Department that is tapping the phones of sitting United States senators because who knows why.
Now, that was quite a performance by that crew. Bravo to you, Josh Hawley and Lindsey Graham. The Oscar goes to. I mean, the thing is this document isn't the revelation they say it is at all. For one, nobody's phone was tapped, as Josh Hawley repeatedly claimed. After getting proper approval from a grand jury, the FBI collected essentially phone logs, and the existence of these logs haven't been hidden at all. If Republicans had managed to have actually read Volume 1 of Jack Smith's report, which maybe they should have, given they're so concerned, they would have seen that it references some of the calls, complete with a footnote that cites the phone records for all to see. That's also not to mention that if Jack Smith was serious about investigating the pressure campaign Trump and his alleged co-conspirators were waging to overturn the election, it would obviously make sense he would look at who was talking to whom and when. Because let's be honest, these lawmakers weren't exactly picked out of thin air. Even before Jack Smith took over this case, there were plenty of reports about the contact these exact lawmakers had made with Trump and his allies during this period of time. But despite all of that, they are still very, very mad about Jack Smith's very, very legitimate investigation. And now they've apparently added into the spending bill a new legal pathway that allows for senators to sue for as much as $500,000 for each time a federal investigator searches their phone records without notifying them. And would you look at that? The provision is retroactive to 2022, meaning the senators who had enough of a proximity to Trump and the events of January 6th to warrant having their phone records requested are putting themselves in a position, with the help of their colleagues, to potentially make money off of that fact. Just when you thought they couldn't get shadier, they seem to surprise you.
Okay, that is number 20 in my description box. And if you were not here with me on Friday, why would Josh Hawley's actions warn any suspicion about his participation in the January 6th bullshit that went on? Let me remind you why Josh Hawley made himself a whole spectacle on January 6th.
Earlier that afternoon, before the joint session started, he walked across the east front of the Capitol.
Hold on. I have it playing too quickly. Let's get into Josh Hawley. This is number 21 in my description box. If you want to go watch it.
Senator Josh Hawley also had to flee. Earlier that afternoon, before the joint session started, he walked across the east front of the Capitol. As you can see in this photo, he raised his fist in solidarity with the protesters already amassing at the security gates. We spoke with a Capitol police officer who was out there at the time. She told us that Senator Hawley's gesture riled up the crowd, and it bothered her greatly because he was doing it in a safe space, protected by the officers and the barriers. Later that day, Senator Hawley fled after those protesters he helped to rile up stormed the Capitol. See for yourself.
Insert the Benny Hill music.
Storm the Capitol. See for yourself.
A whole motherfucking clown. And now he is trying to sue the actual government. Make that make sense, if you can. Now, there are a couple of more things I want to share with you guys as well. Let me see. I want to get into the Christine Nome scamming of it all. If you guys are unaware, thousands of people are protesting in Mexico City against crime, corruption. So that is going on. They have Now, also last week, there were protests in Mexico about the expats who have come to Mexico, and the people in Mexico are telling these expats that you are in Mexico, you are to speak Spanish. Spanish is our language. Go back to where you came from, because if you are unaware that with the influx of expats to Mexico, prices have risen, and a whole lot of people have been thrown out of their businesses, so that these owners can turn certain places into more luxurious places to attract the expats and their American dollar. Yeah, uh, that is happening. Now, I wanted to tell you about which one is it? I wanted to tell you about Christine Nome and the corruption with regard to Christine Nome. Now, if you guys remember, every time there is a when there was that woman who was shot 5 times by ICE officers, you had a dingbat come out and make an excuse that the woman was trying to run down ICE officers, and they were afraid for their life and they shot 5 times. What else? She came out when the mayor of Newark, New Jersey, was arrested, and she came out and told you that he had did something. I forget what that dingbat name is. He had done something, and that the black woman that they arrested, that she had body slammed somebody, and all of these lies. So come to find out, you know, she is a married woman, the spokesperson for ICE. Let me pull her up. Let me pull her up real quick. Let me pull her up for the DHS. Let me. Unfortunately, they don't have a picture of her on this. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on 1 minute. Here we go. Oh, here we go. I played this for you. I'm so grateful I have been able to find this again. Let me share this with you. You guys may remember her. She has, it appears that she has gone and had the Mar-a-Lago makeover as well. Now, she doesn't look as shoddy as she once did, coming out to lie for the Department of Homeland Security. Who remembers her getting caught in her lies? Let's play a little of this. I'm going to drop this in my description box as well.
Let's talk about, I'll look for those numbers. Let's talk about, I got to follow up here from what you told me last week on the arrest of Newark Mayor Ras Baraka at the ICE facility in his city in Newark. I'm going to play here on the left side of the screen what you described, what you say happened there. And on the right side of the screen, I'm going to show the video of the mayor going into the facility, passing through the gates. So let's play those simultaneously.
What happened as that these members of Congress, including the mayor as well, and a mob of protesters, as there was a bus full of detainees going through the gate, they stormed the gate and actually entered the first security check.
There's no mob of people storming in. The members of Congress in this are not even with him. So how do you reconcile what you say happened and what the video showed of how the mayor got onto that facility's property?
Victor, it must have been a mistake by your team, because last week, as soon as I was after this show, I sent your team the video where these individuals, these members of Congress and the mayor, were storming that facility. So
Trisha,
I'm sure you guys have that other video.
We do have that video. That's the next question.
Trisha.
With us now in this NBC.
Okay, Trisha, we do have that video. Trisha, you
I'll
didn't
look for those numbers.
answer the question. Let me see if I can. The bus and all of this. Let's try this one.
Some of the worst in this detention facility, and I'm still very confused. Why?
They're at the facility that justified arresting the mayor of the city of Newark.
Thanks, Victor, for having me. I'm glad I can be here to actually give viewers the facts. What happened as that these members of Congress, including the mayor as well, and a mob of protesters, as there was a bus full of detainees going through the gate, they stormed the gate and actually entered the first security checkpoint. This put law enforcement at risk, and this actually put the detainees as well at risk. If any official, including these members of Congress, want to enter the facility and take a tour, DHS is more than accommodating. But just because you're a member of Congress does not mean you can break the law, trespass, put law enforcement at risk, and storm the detention facility. I have yet to hear anyone on this network actually talk about who is in this detention facility. There are members of MS-13, known
MS-13. MS-13. Okay. So I just wanted to familiarize you with this flyer right here.
Then the mayor of Newark?
There were multiple people arrested. And Victor, I think that we should let viewers know there will likely be more arrests coming. We actually have body camera footage of...
All charges were dropped against the mayor of Newark. There were no more charges brought other than... no, there was one more charges brought for the Congress woman who she said body slammed. Let me see if I can. I will find that. The reason why I'm actually replaying this for you is this. Hey, you got to chill. It's good to see you. This woman is married to someone, and someone who does contract work. And someone, I believe, his business just popped up one day. It popped up from a Delaware address, a LLC that popped up from doing business in Delaware. You can say you have a company because Delaware is the largest place where you can buy a mailbox and set up a shell company in Delaware. She is married to a guy who, strangely enough, got a contract from the Department of Homeland Security. Now you understand this woman, her boss is who? Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem gave this woman's husband a $143 million contract, a no bid contract. The contract was no bid because it was an emergency. Everything with this administration is an emergency. Why they have to cost you, the American taxpayer, more money. They gave him a no bid contract, and then, if I'm not mistaken, he then turned around and got another $200 million contract. because they want to keep everything transparent. Let's get to the story. Make sure I'm telling this story right. Let's get to the story. Let's get to the facts. But hey, you got to recertify for your food stamps if you're poor. Okay. Um, Here's the story. This link will be in my description box. No, that's not the right one. I apologize. I'm sharing the wrong one again. Let me share the correct link. Let me. Oh, I couldn't remember what it was for. It was for a production. It was for these commercials that Christy Nome loved to go out and have filmed of her riding horses. Of course, the bitch is so fucking malnourished and bony. It looked like she's riding horses at all times, as far apart as her thighs are looking like a whole Auschwitz survivor. Christy Nome, that Christy Nome. Okay, let's get into her bullshit. This is to produce these DHS commercials. This is what your government is sneaking money to wives of bitches who lie well for them. This is the reward for lying well for Christy Nome. I will link this in my description box as well. I'll tell you what number it is. Here we go.
Published quite a scoop about Trump DHS. Today, ProPublica published quite a scoop about Trump DHS Secretary Christy Nome that in any other era, I should say, would be a career-ending scandal. But to understand the pattern of corruption of this woman, we just have to zoom out just a little bit, just for a moment. Because since Nome took over DHS at the beginning of the year, she's become known for appearing to be more obsessed with putting on various costumes than doing her actual job. I mean, she donned a bulletproof vest just to talk to her own agents. She wore a Customs and Border Patrol uniform on Fox News. And of course, she is constantly, and I mean constantly, throwing on a cowboy hat and riding horses, always with plenty of cameras around to capture the moment. But Nome's apparent obsession with image actually goes much further than just putting on costumes, because she has directed more than $200 million taxpayer dollars into TV ads to promote her work at DHS. And just to put it in context, that is nearly twice what DHS spent on ads altogether in all of last year. And the content of those ads have already been a scandal kind of in and of themselves.
I'm Christy Nome, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Thank you, President Donald J. Trump, for securing our border.
And if you are wondering who exactly the target audience is for that, DHS spent $30,000 to run that ad, the one I just showed you, specifically in the ad market where Mar-a-Lago is. Now, as much as spending tens of thousands of dollars to make sure your ad plays on the TV near the president is a bizarre waste of taxpayer money, $30,000, it turns out, is a drop in the bucket compared to the more than $200 million DHS has spent this year making and airing ads. And the rest of that money is where the story gets truly bonkers. I mean, since March, we have known that DHS skipped the normal competitive bidding process when giving out the contracts to make and air these ads. DHS claimed that because Trump declared an emergency at the southern border, they didn't have to waste time getting competitive bids. And that brings me to the first part of ProPublica's big scoop today. Because it turns out that the majority of that no-bid contract money, $143 million taxpayer dollars, went to this kind of mysterious LLC in Delaware. An LLC that was created just days before it got that no-bid contract, just days. And the man who owns the home that LLC lists as its address did not respond to ProPublica's questions. Now, when asked why the agency chose that LLC, DHS said, quote, "The results speak for themselves," and then proceeded to claim that Trump has made the border the most secure it has been in American history. Not exactly answering the question. So DHS gave a $143 million no-bid contract to a brand new LLC that no one seems to know anything about. That is obviously a scandal enough to begin with. Here's this. This is an ad Christy Nome shot on October 2nd, which, by the way, was the second day of the government shutdown. So while hundreds of thousands of federal workers went without pay, including the nearly 50,000 TSA workers that work under Nome, Noam donned a cowboy hat and had a production company film her riding horseback with buffalo. And whether or not you care about the very weird content of the ad, you should care about who made it. Because according to ProPublica's new reporting, that ad was made by a company called Strategy Group, which is run by a man who is not only the husband of Noam's chief DHS spokesperson, Tricia McLaughlin, yes, she's a something, but also has personal and business ties to Noam herself. And the company's name, Strategy Group, does not appear on any of the public documents about the contract. Instead, the group listed on the contract is the mysterious Delaware LLC that DHS gave that $143 million contract to. I should say that DHS said in a statement to ProPublica that it does all of its contracting by the book. Okay. But the office in charge of funding ad contracts at DHS is the Office of Public Affairs, which is run by none other than DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin. And when she was asked about why DHS ended up using her husband's company, Strategy Group, to make that ad, she replied with this: "We don't have visibility into why they were chosen. I don't know who they're a subcontractor with, but I don't work with them because I have a conflict of interest and I fully recuse myself. My marriage is one thing and work is another. I don't combine them." Well, Tricia, they seem pretty freaking combined right now, don't they? I mean, her husband, the CEO of Strategy Group, Ben Yoho, did not respond to ProPublica's questions. So not only did DHS give a $143 million no-bid contract to an unknown LLC, but that unknown LLC then hired someone tied to Noam, someone literally married to the Noam aide in charge of giving out DHS ad contracts. And believe it or not, this is not the first scandal about Noam and this company, the Strategy Group. See, back when she was governor, Noam's office hired Strategy Group to make these ads. Yet again, a lot of costumes going on here. This is Noam dressed as a state trooper, a construction worker, a nurse, an accountant. Here's Noam dressed as an electrician, a welder, a dentist, and my favorite, a plumber. There were a lot of these ads, millions of dollars worth, paid for by South Dakota taxpayers. Those ads were the result of a bidding process, and the state says the process was done by the book. But ProPublica reports that a former official from Noam's South Dakota governor's office has since alleged that the bidding process was rigged. The former official said that a top Noam aide told them the governor would be angry if Strategy Group didn't win the contract. And then contemporaneous text messages reviewed by ProPublica corroborated that account, showing that senior Noam administration officials pushing for Strategy Group to get the contract. There's all that. Noam, of course, denies those allegations. I should note that MSNBC has not independently verified ProPublica's reporting. But if this reporting is accurate, and that's very detailed, and a company run by someone with personal and business ties to Noam herself has managed to score government contracts, huge ones, from Noam's agency with a no bidding process and literally zero transparency, that should at least very much be a call for an investigation from somewhere, if not cause for Noam to be forced to ride off in the sunset on one of those horses.
On one of those horses. Hold on, 1 second. Let me share this with you. Let me share.
What happened as that these members of Congress, including the mayor,
I don't want to hear you lying in your hoarse voice again. Are you watching propaganda TV? If you're over here, you're gonna watch it with me as well. If you think that is propaganda TV, if you think that ProPublica is propaganda, see, no, what I'm watching is actual factual reports on what is going on in this corrupt administration. See, these are not opinions. These are actual substantiated facts that I'm giving you, Samuel. And we didn't vote for anyone. So are you upset, Samuel, that you're getting facts? Uh, This redhead freak has nothing to go on but try to break down a real patriot woman who would run circles around you, loser. I'm sorry, you must have the wrong person. I don't have red hair. So let's continue. Let's continue with the scary. Let's continue with a couple of more scary facts. How about this scary fact? Who is this? And then who is that? Isn't that scary? Isn't that another little scary fact? Another little scary fact out that we have pre and post a Mar-a-Lago makeover. Isn't that another little scary fact? Let's have a little more fun with some scary facts. Let's have some more fun with the Mar-a-Lago face creatures. Let's get into this. This would be
which is
link.
hilarious.
This would be link 23. I think it's 23. Let me share. Let me see. This would be link 23. Just the facts. Just the facts on this channel. Enjoy. Enjoy. Let's get into this. Let me make sure I drop the link in. If you want to find the links, they will be in my description box. Let's get into this.
In itself. But I was thinking, you know, we all know what Kristi Noem looks like. We see her on Fox News with her perfect hair, perfect lighting, the makeup, everything looking like a Barbie doll. But how often do you get to see her whole body? Not very often. This is a pretty rare video.
Ooh. You can't?
He's like, get the out of here.
Thank you. Interesting. That's what Governor Pritzker says is cooperation.
Okay.
Keeping people safe.
Walk away. Look at this. Look at that walk. Whoa. That's a...
Did I lie? Did I lie? Did I lie? Just the facts here. Did I lie? She and her fanboy Benny Johnson got turned away to the public facilities, a public building. But did I lie? I want to know where is the lie? Where is the lie? And where is the ass? Where is the ass and where is the lie? I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Anybody?
A man's walk.
Anybody?
That is a man with a set of huge balls right there.
Maybe the trans.
Why are her feet bigger than her legs? I think that foot is longer than her whole femur.
Police should be looking into her.
She's got huge balls. And speaking of looking at her, you got to look at this disgusting photo of her working out.
I almost feel a little bit sad for her if she was.
And you know, I never thought about this until I watched this. Usually people who wear spandex and are working out, usually they don't have this big gap in their the crotch of their pants. Usually when you wear spandex and you're stretching like that, usually there's no hang time in your spandex. I'm just curious. Don't want something ugly to be tucked up in this picture.
And such a despicable human being treating anyone that's not American.
All of this, and why are they always desecrating the American flag? Surely this ought to be a crime. They worry about burning the American flag. I hear that she's screwing Curry Lewandowski, and she has this flag up in her crotch. All these red, white, and blue wristbands and headbands and red, white, and blue biker shorts. I thought that the right were so against desecrating the American flag. And she got sweaty bussy juice all on the American flag. Make sense.
American, like they're subhuman.
Yeah, but the thing that grosses me out about this is not even the way she looks. It's the fact that in her mind, she's killing it.
Oh, she thinks she is, yeah.
She is hot stuff. Come and get me, boys.
Ugh.
This could be all.
What's going on right here? What's the problem?
All yours.
American flag spandex really
disgusting.
doing it for me.
I guarantee you she hasn't taken a shit in 2 weeks.
I'm not sure she's
And that's
getting
exactly
enough
why
fiber.
those guys at City Hall are like, you're not shitting in here.
Take it somewhere else, Christine.
That fucking
Noem.
reeks. When you shit once every 2 weeks, that is a stinky shit.
Oh yeah, it'll have a lot of buildup.
Yeah, it's rancid, toxic waste. Okay, what do we have next?
Once again, we have.
You mad? You mad? I'm pretty sure you probably get mad about all of these Mar-a-Lago chicks getting their face fucked up.
They're huge.
Wow.
I wonder how big they'll be in Trump's third term.
Speaking of big lips, we received some comments on Mar-a-Lago 1 that I think we need to address.
Yeah, so we're laughing at these disgusting artificial abominations, and then someone's like, "Oh, you don't."
We received some comments on Mar-a-Lago.
Not what we were saying. You can't compare these gross fake lips.
Laura Loomer, the one who always have black women on her lips, and come to find out, she wished she had black women lips herself, as to the point that she is looking like this. Make it make sense. Looking like a Lakeisha Bowisha, Lashana, Rohanda, looking like all of the fucking dumb shit that she tried to say about black women. Surely, what color is this? Has she been in a 45, 47 makeup? Because I'm sure she is not this color.
To natural, beautiful, God-given lips. That'd be like if a woman saw a man walking down the street wearing a toupee and said, "I think that toupee looks stupid." And then I jumped out and I went, "Ow! So you think all men with hair are ugly?"
But thank you to some of the people that left comments. Someone said to me, you need to check out Caroline and...
No, Muslim.
Make it make sense. And she's how old? 34? This is a 34-year-old woman. Before and after. Look at this shit. That's why I'm talking about them. Because their whole fucking clown face, clown figures out here. And empty head bitches. That's why I'm talking about them. Any more questions? Is there anything else that you need to know from me? Huh? Is there anything else that you need to know from me? You want to ask me why I'm talking about Christy Nome? Because I can. Because this is my channel. And this is what I'm doing right now. You mad? You mad? You mad? Let's see why you mad. Why you mad at me? Why you mad at me? You mad at me? You mad at me? Why? Oh, so y'all thought we didn't know that this was a whole fake, false face bitch? Is that what you mad? You's mad at me? You mad at me? They so angry. Why you so angry? And a whole thief. A whole thief. Ugh. But you're not mad about what she doing with that money. But you mad at me for telling the truth. Get the fuck out of here. Yes, I'm a snowflake, Janet. I am such a snowflake. Desecrating the flag. No, all I can do was give you the facts, but all you can hear is me making fun of someone. I guess you didn't hear about the theft that she did with government money, funneling it to her spokesperson's husband on a business that was created 2 days before they decided that they needed to go out and make these DHS commercials. I guess you missed all of that part of the story, huh? Okay. Too bad for you. All right. I am. Thank you, Peter Vasquez. Peter Vasquez, can you not type too loudly in the chat? I don't want Christy Nome's people to come after you, Peter Vasquez. You could be a actual American citizen, but Peter Nome, keep it cute. before ICE comes for you. Okay, so let me see. I think I have a couple of more stories I would like to. Now, let's get to this. Remember, 4547 lied and said that he was going to give all of the air traffic controllers $10,000. So then, of course, who comes out? But uh, but Big Head Christy Nome comes out with a some type of bullshit false giving out $10,000 to the actual screeners, the airport screeners, trying to pretend like she was going to give $10,000 to all of the screeners that stayed on the job, but one thing about it, this was a photo op. All of the people who worked for the TSA, who worked during the shutdown, in fact, did not receive a check. And Christine Bubblehead Oshawa Body Gnome refused to elaborate on how they decide who and who would not get a check of the people who actually showed up and weren't paid during the government shutdown. So she had a whole big fanfare. You know, it doesn't happen in Christy Nome's world unless there's some big fanfare behind it. So
the federal government shutdown would receive an additional $10,000.
We are announcing that we are going to be handing out bonus checks of $10,000 to TSOs, to agents who work for TSA who served with exemplary service.
Nome handed out what she said were bonus checks to nearly 24 TSA employees in Houston.
A whole 24 people in Houston. A whole 24 people. So 24 people in Houston were the only TSOs who stayed on the job during the shutdown. And you mean to tell me only 10% of the flights were grounded? It's a wonder that 100% of the flights weren't grounded if we only had 24 TSOs. So what is all of this bullshit? What is all of this bullshit about?
And she said more TSA employees would be receiving the bonus checks. She did not elaborate on the specific qualifications for TSA agents to receive the bonus, or say how many employees would receive the checks. CNN reached out to DHS for additional details about the bonuses and how they will be funded. Homeland Security Secretary.
While they blow smoke up your ass. Well, that's all I have to say about that. Okay, let me see. I think that's. Wait a minute. Hold on. I do believe that I do want to share with you something else. Let's get into our boss country, our country, Israel. Our country, Israel, said that yes, America, you can sell F-35 fighting jets to Saudi Arabia. However, under this condition, USA, your own country, who are selling your own products made in your own country, you can only sell these jets to Saudi Arabia under these conditions. Israel wants 4547 to condition F-35 sale to Saudi Arabia on Israel normalization. So 4547, you can only sell your jets to Saudi Arabia if you talk to Saudi Arabia and help normalize us to the Saudi regime. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? Because we know the Saudi crown prince and Jared Kushner are fast friends. You know, the $2 billion that the Saudi government gave Jared Kushner for a business that he had no experience in. You know, that's what friends are for. keep sliming, keep lying. Don't point at me about Khashoggi. Just ignore it. You know, Khashoggi, who they ignored being chopped up. Maybe that's why. I don't know. I don't know. Could that be why Jared Kushner got $2 billion from the Saudis when the reporter Jared what is his name? His name Khashoggi was found chopped to pieces on a trip that has been reported to be a part of some Saudi Arabia uh, 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 crime. Could that be? This did happen under 45-47 first administration. So who better to normalize uh, uh, a relationship between Israel and Saudi Arabia? And isn't Israel 45-47's daddy? Now, there have been questions if Jeffrey Epstein was a part of Mossad, the equivalent to the CIA in Israel. And there has been reports that he definitely had connections. Now, we see in the email, if we see in the emails that Jeffrey Epstein's brother put out, there were emails about 45-47 actually giving a blow job to someone named Bubba. Now, there has been much speculation that the Bubba that they were referring to was Bill Clinton, because, they used to call Bill Clinton Bubba. So now we should also uh, be sure that in the emails it was also questioned whether Russia wanted dirt on 45-47. And Epstein said that if they wanted dirt on 45-47, they need to talk to him, as in him, Epstein. So there is that. So I'm wondering, could Israel have some dirt that Jeffrey Epstein was possibly peddling to Russia via his own email? That's where this reporting is come. It's coming from his own email. So uh, while people think that Bubba is Bill Clinton, it is now being reported that it is by Texas Paul. If you haven't gone over there and checked out Texas Paul on Instagram, Texas Paul says somehow this is worse. He said, meet Bubba Salisbury, son of Odessa oil industry magnate Dick Salisbury, also friend to Cash Patel and J.D. Vance. This is who the Epstein fellatio email is rumored to be referring to, not Bill Clinton. So I don't know if you guys were aware of Bubba Salisbury. I just wanted to take Bill out of the question. So there's that. So let's get into why does Israel feel that they have a say in what we must do to sell our S30 F-35s? Israel does not oppose the U.S. selling F-35s. Well, thank you, Massa, Israel. You don't oppose it? Thank you, Massa. Thank you, Massa. Massa, thank you for letting us sell our F-35s, Massa, Israel. Okay, Israel does not oppose the U.S. selling F-35 fighter jets to Saudi Arabia, but wants it to be conditioned on the kingdom normalizing its relations with the Jewish state. Two Israeli officials said. Why it matters. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is expected to meet 45-47 at the White House on Tuesday. The F-35 deal, a U.S. Saudi security agreement, and possible normalization with Israel will be Key topics in the meeting. Driving the news. 4547 told the Saudi Crown Prince in a phone call last month that with the Gaza war ending, he expects Saudi Arabia to move towards normalization with Israel. Axios has reported. Who reported this? Axios has reported this. Let me put the link in the chat for the haters. Let me put the link right here. Click on it, touch it, touch it, rub it, touch it, feel it, rub it all over. Touch it, feel it, rub it all over. Let me leave that there for you. It is also in my description box. It will be link number 24. Isn't that odd? Isn't that odd that the United States government has to get instructions on how to sell their fighter plane to another nation via Israel? When Israel is basically a welfare nation that the United States is always taking care of. Isn't that strange? Isn't that strange that so many American dollars go over there to support Israel, but they can't support their own citizens who get $6 a day to eat on food stamps? Isn't that funny? Isn't that odd? It's not funny. I think it's quite disturbing and odd. I think it's, and isn't it funny that millions of American citizens are going to be kicked off of their health insurance? However, the United States can give so much money to the Israeli government and so much bombs and all of this to the Israeli government when all the Israeli people have universal health care. I think that's quite odd. What's going on with that? Okay, so there's that. I also wanted to share this JD Vance story. Now, we know that MAGA is tearing itself apart. They don't know if they want to be half MAGA and just play in your face with their racism, or they don't, or they want to be Nick Fuentes. Racist and say all of the ugly hatred out loud. But it's now it is being reported that JD Vance appears to be on the Groper side of the racism. Let me share this with you. How it appears that JD Vance is on the Nick Fuentes out in your face racism type of carrying on. I found this quite interesting. And, if you, JD Vance go full Groiper. Let's see how JD Vance has gone full Groiper. This link is in the description box as well. Let me share this with you. Hold on. Let me share this with you. I don't have any Jew hate. What are you talking about? A Jew hate? I said nothing about Jewish people at all. Samuel, I beg your pardon, but please excuse yourself for my chat. I said nothing about Jew at all. I said the Israeli government. What are you talking about Jew hate? I don't know any Jew to hate. What hate did I what hateful thing did I say about any Jewish people? Samuel, I'm going to wait. Oh, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Where's the Jew hate? What did I say that was hateful of Jewish people? Hmm? Goodbye. You're not gonna sit up in my chat and talk dumb shit. The fuck out of here. Let me share this with you. It seems like, but you don't have anything to say that your vice president is sitting up here massaging the sensibilities of Nick Fuentes, a person who said the Holocaust didn't happen, a person who said that he loves Hitler. But you talking to me, who said nothing about anything ridiculous about hating Jewish people. The fuck out of my face with that dumb shit.
Some Republicans denounce and say it goes against their values. Time back away and distance themselves. And this has happened many, many times, including with Donald Trump. And we're seeing it now. Tucker hosts Nick Fuentes. Some Republicans denounce and say it goes against their values. Then some, like Heritage Foundation's Kevin Roberts, lean in and say, actually, this is fine. And that's where we are now. The Republican Party has.
So we would be remiss if the president of the Heritage Foundation, Kevin Roberts, also said that there is a place in the Republican Party for people like Nick Fuentes. But you want to say something to me? And it was not until the Heritage Foundation ripped Kevin Roberts, the president of Heritage Foundation, a new one, and told him that they don't think that he had a position in the Heritage Foundation, did Kevin Roberts then come back out his third time after Tucker Carlson had Nick Fuentes on his channel and gave him no pushback. Yeah, Kevin Roberts first came out and said, it's okay, there's a place for him. And when he got backlash, where he did like the rest of them always do, come back and say, oh, well, I'm sorry, and I thought that this message was approved by everyone. That's why I read it. Came back with a non-apology apology, and you guys kept it. You guys believe that he was sorry for what he said, because he didn't know you guys were going to go after him like that. He thought that hate is hate everywhere. He thought that when 45, 47 said that they were great people on both sides as they were marching down the street in Charlottesville saying Jews would not replace us. He thought that you guys were on with all the hatred. But you going to say that I said something about Jewish people when it be your own people. Don't even try it with me. Don't even try it with me. It's your own people. Let's continue. And let's see what how JD Vance is smoozing up to the gripers.
Some choices to make. Will they fully lean into where they're headed in their full Nazification? Or are they going to continue to say with their words that they denounce the racist bile in their party while continuing to support, vote for, and amplify the people who are doing their best to ensure racism is the center of the party? Or, and this is the crucial third option, are they actually going to rid themselves of this toxicity and root it out? And if you're watching this, like this crazy leftist acting like the Republican Party is about to be overtaken by people who openly share their love of Hitler, you don't need to take it from me. Take it from Lindsey Graham, Republican senator from South Carolina.
But I just want to make it really clear, I'm in the Hitler sucks wing of the Republican Party.
Oh boy.
Okay, so you heard it from your own people. Lindsey Graham says he is in the Hitler sucks section of the Republican Party. So what does that mean? So what that means is there's a part of the Republican Party that is not a Hitler sucks. There's a part of the Republican Party that loves Hitler. If he has to differentiate what part of the Republican Party he's in, and he's in the Hitler sucks, there's obviously a party that don't think Hitler sucks in the Republican Party. You know, the party that you want to say that we voted for, that's the party that you voted for. But Lindsey Graham won his $1 million too, because the government did what the government does. He wants his $1 million. Make any of this make sense?
I'm in the Hitler sucks wing of the Republican Party.
Oh boy. Of course, Lindsey proclaiming that he's the Hitler sucks wing of the Republican Party naturally, logically implies that there's a Hitler is great wing of the Republican Party. And of course, we already know that. We've already established that. The question is now, where is this headed? During this video, we're going to get to some history on the mess in the Republican Party, and we're even going to get to some lore from my childhood. This is a little preview of that. But first, JD Vance. Which wing of the party is JD Vance in, and why isn't he being clear about it? Well, I would argue that by not being clear about it, he's being clear about it. Or as it was stated in a recent podcast between Ezra Klein and John Gans, JD is Groyper adjacent. He can't even pretend to give us a post-Tucker full-throated denunciation of Nick Fuentes. What do we think he's doing in private? There are two moments in particular from JD Vance's recent interview with Sean Hannity on Fox News that stand out to me on this. The context for this first one is Elon Musk's AI, Grok. And I want to remind you all that when Elon Musk bought Twitter, his first order of business was ensuring that Nick Fuentes was put back on the platform after having previously been banned. Elon has, of course, leaned into every far-right racist talking point you can imagine, from his Nazi salute to his rantings about immigration and birth rates and support for Germany's far-right AfD party. And he also created the Nazi AI that is Grok. And would you be surprised to learn that JD is a big fan?
Back to the home building part. It's interesting you brought it up. Are you as obsessed with AI as I am?
I am.
Okay, I don't know. I'm a Grok guy.
Okay. Me
so
too. I'm a Grok guy.
You're a Grok guy. Okay, Elon, I think it's the best.
I'm a Grok guy. Do you remember when Elon Musk was getting fact checked and he didn't like it, and he went in and tinkered with Grok, and Grok came out saying all of this Hitler-esque shit? I guess Grok just evolved. I guess he made Grok up to speed with all of the commenters that he has on X, such as making sure that Nick Fuentes was in there and not striking down any of the hate speech that goes on. All of this hate speech, and somebody want to come over here and say something that I said, something anti-Jew hate shit. I said nothing against the Jew. What country lets another country tell them that they can sell their jets to a third country under conditions that they approve of? What we supposed to be the strongest country in the world? And we letting Israel tell us under what conditions we can sell our F-35 fighter jets for? And you talking about I said something against the Jews? I said something that's common sense. You fucking kidding me? But you have this fat face eyeliner wearing motherfucker who is second in line to the presidency, talking about he loves Grok. The fuck out of my face.
I think it's the best. It's also the least woke. I'm always asking myself, if I ask an AI a question, is it going to give me an objective answer?
The vice president puts it in extreme mode.
Answer.
If you put it in extreme mode just for kicks and giggles, it's a little. Well, if you want,
I have not, Sean. I don't want the media to.
If you want to know,
actually, you're the dumbass. Actually, you're mad You're mad because I'm speaking facts, but you're here. Thank you for being here. And I'm going to speak some more. I am definitely going to speak some more. Where's the lie? But where's the lie? I could care less about all the dumbass shit. You're a dumbass because you're in my chat telling me to shut up. But you can't. But you're. I have you in your feelings and emotions. You are in your feelings and emotion, and you're hurt behind the fact that the truth is not missing on a lot of us out here. A lot of us. And whenever I find the truth and the facts, they will be shared on my platform. So shutting the fuck up is far from what I will ever be doing. Let's continue. In your face. In your face.
Wasn't already vehemently anti-AI, that clip would have sent me right over the edge. I'm telling you, watching these two corrupt, contemptible bigots wax poetic about AI, specifically Elon Musk's Nazi AI, is nothing short of nauseating. I'm a Grok guy, JD says. It's the least woke, he says. And because I'm sick of the way that these things get sanitized, let's just speak in plain terms about what JD Vance is saying here. He's saying, I love Mecha Hitler. JD Vance says, Mecha Hitler is not woke. The vice president of the United States says, Mecha Hitler says
Mecha Hitler is what Grok named itself. Grok, that is what Grok named itself. But you're sitting up here telling me to shut the fuck up. But I bet you I'll go right over there and use Twitter, X. I bet you go right over there and use X. You think I give a fuck about you being a dumb motherfucker? Let's continue.
exactly what I think about race. Mecha Hitler is, of course, the name that Grok gave itself when it was spewing racist conspiracy theories after, by the way, Elon Musk said that he had significantly improved Grok. What were those significant improvements exactly? Well, if you ask JD, he appreciated, apparently, how Grok specifically started referencing Adolf Hitler as the person who could solve, quote, the Jewish problem. When asked by a Nazi who runs Gab, another Nazi website, who also was loving Grok's significant improvements and started asking Grok questions about the, quote, Jewish problem. And then, of course, we should speak in plain terms about JD.
JD Vance loves Grok, and you're over here mad at me for giving your stupid ass the information. You're over here talking to me because you're stupid. You should be thanking me.
Loving Grok related to the violent abuse that Grok promotes. JD apparently prefers his AI coach unhinged people on how to commit break-ins and rapes of leftist activists, which is, of course, another.
Well, what I will say, according to crime statistics, I would say that is your heritage, your culture. Let's continue.
Other thing that happened on Elon Musk's Nazi website with JD's favorite AI, Grok. So sure, you can take this as a cute little clip of two idiots trying to cozy up to the world's richest man, or you can take it for what it is. Two men promoting Elon's Nazi AI and laughing about its racist and violent meditations. Now, there's a lot that I could talk about in this interview, but I want to talk about another clip that got less attention. And
but we don't notice the racism in X when it is directed at black and brown people. But God forbid someone points it out about the Jewish people. But we just sit up and ignore that because we're not saying that part out loud quite yet. But we're dog whistling it, and we're high-fiving the apparatus where it happens at so frequently. That's what we're doing. No, that's what you're doing. I'm talking about it all.
I want to tie all of this to a broader conversation about the divide in the Republican Party right now. The demonization and abuse of immigrants is at the heart of a lot of this racism. Those in the far right Groyper, or as Lindsey Graham would say, Hitler-loving wing of the Republican Party, they believe immigration will cause white genocide, that racial integration, interracial marriage, the presence of non-white people will cause the white race to die out. And so much of their emotional volatility can be tied to this fear because of their belief in this conspiracy theory. Now,
well, I wonder why the whites don't look at it like they like to look at chattel slavery. Well, America wasn't the only country that had slaves. Well, white people won't be the only generation that dies out. There have been plenty of civilizations that died out. Not a trace. Not a trace. Not one drop. You know that one drop rule? Not a trace. Why don't you look at why don't you look at it that way? Hmm? 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 Let's continue.
Now, I said the Groyper wing of the GOP holds this position, but Donald Trump himself has leaned into white genocide arguments. So again, getting back to my central point, what really is the difference here when the Hitler sucks wing of the Republican Party does nothing to rein in the Hitler lovers in the Republican Party? And this next clip is a good example. JD Vance is eager to lean into the demonization of immigrants in order to try to distract you from the billion.
While he's married one and birthed 2 children with one. Make that make sense. See, you dummies who voted for this administration are the only ones who is buying this bullshit. What is my favorite quote? What is my favorite quote? I always have this on hand. Because once you know, you cannot go back to not knowing. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pockets. He'll give him somebody to look down on, and he'll empty his pockets for you. Lyndon Baines Johnson. You dummies.
Billionaires who are looting our government and creating policies that keep the work. JD Vance is eager to lean into the demonization of immigrants in order to try to distract you from the billionaires who are looting our government and creating policies that keep the working class down, telling you that the real problem is the immigrants coming here desperate for an opportunity for a better life.
A lot of young people are saying housing is way too expensive. Why is that? Because we flooded the country with 30 million illegal immigrants who were taking houses that ought by right go to American citizens. And at the same time, we weren't building enough new houses.
30 million immigrants. So we're up to 30 million immigrants now. It went from 10 and 12, and now it's up to an alleged 30 million immigrants. So let me tell you. Let me ask you, these 30 million immigrants that you want to lie and say that have flooded the country. I am not against undocumented immigration. I am not for undocumented immigrants is what I meant to say. I am not for a country not having border laws that are being followed. Let's make it clear. But you ain't got to lie about it. You ain't got to lie about it. How come if you guys are so against undocumented immigrants coming in and flooding our country, is that the problem? These undocumented immigrants that come over here with no luggage, in tank tops and flip flops. You mean to tell me that they are coming to America and that is the reason behind the housing shortage? So you mean to tell me that these poor immigrants from South America are coming over here and buying houses in the United States for $600,000 and $700,000 in big cities? Damn near $1 million houses. Is that why there's a housing shortage? Because these undocumented immigrants are coming over here and buying these inflated houses? Is that what's going on? Well, how come they not buying them up in Florida then? Where the housing market is fucking abysmal. While they're talking about everybody is going to be leaving New York City if Mondami was elected, why are you trying to keep it hush on how many people are leaving Florida? Because it's an abysmal red state. Huh? How come those immigrants aren't over there? Florida has a huge Hispanic population. And you mean to tell me that all of these houses are going unsnapped up by these immigrants immigrants in Florida? But just tell dummies lies and give somebody to blame their own unworthiness, their own not waste of white skin, all the privilege that they are given just via their white skin, and they're still losers. But they want to get mad at other people, and they want to call black people racist. And they don't want to look at the power structure, because that's critical race theory. That's wrong. They teaching critical race theories. Let's take things out of the museums, because they want to make us feel bad about our heritage, to the point that you got the Department of Defense going to church with a pastor that said that people who owned slaves weren't bad people. They were just men of their time. They're trying to normalize this bullshit for these slow motherfuckers. I ain't normalizing shit for you. You're mad? Stay mad. Get mad enough to improve your own life without blaming somebody else for your shortcomings. Look at the fucking government structure that is fucking you. It ain't no fucking black and brown people fucking you. It's the motherfuckers that you voting for that's fucking you. Let's continue.
To begin with, even for the population that we have.
Now, I know this isn't the point, but is it just
Go to American citizens, and at the same time, expensive. Why is that? Because we flooded the country with 30 million illegal immigrants who were taking houses that ought by right go to American citizens. And at the same time, we weren't building enough new houses.
Out by right go to American citizens. So what are you even doing for the American citizen to help them to afford these overpriced housing market? What are you doing to make sure that the jobs that these overpriced houses are sitting on the market, that the income of the American citizen is able to keep up and be able to buy some of these houses? Why you blaming it on illegal immigration? What are you doing for the American citizen when 4547 set up here and said that you have to have more H-1B visas because the American people can't get off the unemployment line and do these jobs. Therefore, we must bring in H-1B visas from engineers coming over from India. But we supposed to pretend like you are against immigration. But are you closing down the Department of Education, not preparing the American children to be able to enter a college, to the point that you said that you are going to approve 300,000 students to come to United States universities from China? But you don't want to instill nothing in the American children but despair and hunger and poverty. And people who are not up to task, not up to reading math, or even science, much less engineering, to be able to attend, to be able to get into the American universities. But you want to blame it on the immigrants as you bring immigrants over here to take spots that you don't prepare the United States students to be equipped to conquer. Make any of this make sense?
To begin with, even for the population that we have.
Now, I know this isn't the point, but is it just me, or is JD's L'Oreal True Match Foundation not offering him a true match? They must have recently released an exclusive Lorax line, or he's just trying to make himself in Trump's image. But how vile and low and stupid and also so very wrong this playing footsie with groypers man is. It's just flat out wrong that immigrants are the cause of the housing affordability crisis in this country. First, he says 30 million undocumented immigrants. That's a lie. Data show the number of undocumented immigrants reached a record 14 million in 2023. But this administration loves to fearmonger about the number of people crossing the border. So I guess he took this number and said, let's double it. Experts, including researchers from the National Low Income Housing Coalition, highlight two main factors driving our housing affordability crisis. Number one, incomes not keeping up with housing costs. Two, the severe shortage of homes affordable and available to households with the lowest incomes. It is far easier to demonize a group of people JD Vance already hates than it is to challenge the billionaire class pulling the strings. The billionaire class made up of, I don't know, the 10 richest people in America who grew their wealth $698 billion in the past year, where a new report from Oxfam America warns it is Donald Trump's policies that threaten to further explode inequality in this country. Gutting programs that would solve homelessness, address housing affordability, offer solutions for those on the precipice of financial ruin. Gutting those programs, that has been the priority of this administration. Billions of dollars to terrorize immigrant communities instead of helping those on the edge. But what do we expect from the guy cozying up to the groypers, signaling his disgust with immigrants, and even going so far as to throw his non-Christian wife under the bus at a recent rally in support of Charlie Kirk?
Now, most Sundays, Usha will come with me to church. As I've told her and I've said publicly, I'll say now in front of 10,000 of my closest friends, do I hope eventually that she is somehow moved by the same thing that I was moved in by church? Yeah, I honestly do wish that, because I believe in the Christian gospel, and I hope eventually my wife comes to see it the same way.
Now, all of this should be seen as part of a larger pattern. Jake Vance sees where things are headed, and he's being strategic in who he chooses to signal allyship with, and that's the groypers. And he knows what he's doing, and we know what he's doing, and we also know that he knows better because he once compared Donald Trump to Hitler, and then he became Hitler's vice president. So this has been in motion for a while, but what is this predicated on? This little dance with the far right explicit wing of racism in the Republican Party. This has been going on for a long time. Before the Tucker Carlsons and the Nick Fuentes, it was Pat Buchanan. Bringing us back to my childhood lore, there I am pictured with Pat Buchanan, the only presidential candidate I remember my parents supporting in my youth. And why? Because he was explicitly racist. That was actually the reason. This splintering we're seeing now, it's like deja vu, given what happened in the 90s, when a familiar face was making the rounds denouncing the rise of Pat Buchanan.
For that. Now, how about Pat Buchanan? What do you think of that? Now, he seems to be the guy you'd have to battle.
Well, it's true. He's anti-Semitic. He's anti-black. He obviously has been having a love affair with Adolf Hitler in some form, and I just can't imagine this guy.
I don't want you to hold back. Give me how you feel now. I mean, these coy answers.
I can't imagine, that Pat is going to be very seriously taken as a candidate.
He's anti-Semitic. He's anti-black. He's having a love affair with Adolf Hitler. He can't imagine Pat would be taken seriously as a presidential candidate because of it. This was in 1999, and this wasn't a one-off. Here he is in 1999 on Meet the Press.
Look, he's a Hitler lover. I guess he's an anti-Semite. He doesn't like the blacks. He doesn't like the gays. It's just incredible that anybody could embrace this guy. And maybe he'll get 4 or 5% of the vote, and it'll be a really staunch, right, wacko vote. I'm not even sure if it's right. It's just a wacko vote. And I just can't imagine that anybody can take him seriously.
But what was Donald Trump saying about Pat Buchanan on the campaign trail in 2023?
You know, there was a man, Pat Buchanan, a good guy, conservative guy. And you know, it's not that Pat Buchanan. Look at that. Good guy. Wow. Young people, they know him.
Good guy.
Wow, good guy.
The same guy who's anti-Semitic, anti-Black, and a Hitler lover. How many times are we going to let this happen? Donald Trump was writing op-eds about how dangerous Pat Buchanan was, only to then gleefully praise him and pivot to running a campaign that was straight out of Pat Buchanan's playbook and campaigns for president. I'm obviously not the first to draw up comparisons between Pat Buchanan and Donald Trump, especially given Pat Buchanan's early embrace of Make America First Again and Trump's Make America Great Again, and their shared love of embracing the racist in the base. But what I think is important here is that we stop letting these people off the hook. Trump knew who and what Buchanan was. And at the time, being such an outspoken racist was more of a liability than a benefit. And so while Buchanan was a liability, Trump went after him, only to later embrace him when it was less risky to do so. J.D. Vance is learning from this playbook. He knows who and what Trump is, fundamentally a racist who embraces and promotes racist ideas because they're popular with the base. That's why he privately called Donald Trump America's Hitler and spoke of the danger of him as president, only to get a whiff of that sweet, sweet power and cave like the spineless, eye-lined coward that he is. And now he sees a way to grow his power by giving a wink and a nod to the Groypers without explicitly coming out and going as far as Fuentes does. He does what so many other Republican leaders do: make their racism palatable, but not too offensive, lest the populace clue in to something too direct.
We are 100% clued into it. Same JD Vance, when the Young Republicans secret text came out and all of that, I love Hitler and it's time to get the ovens ready. He said that those were kids, and who would hold kids? People who are in their mid to late 20s, and some who were in their mid 30s, mid to late 30s. I think the oldest one was 37 or 38. He called them kids. But they want to call the children who were SA'd in this whole Epstein debacle women. Let that sink in. This link is in my description box. This is link 23. Go over there and have at it. Nobody's fooled. Nobody's fooled. And that's why Article 22, somebody just said that she can barely understand 45, 47 as he was speaking right now. He's as worse as they said that Joe Biden was. But it's not going to do anybody any favors to get him out on any Article 2022. If you're not familiar with Section 2, Article 2, Section 4 of the Constitution, this whole administration needs to be put out of office. This whole administration needs to be impeached because if you don't have 45, 47, you have a dark-eyed Vance is coming on his tail, and he is well financed. And you see that you have idiots who try to play dumb and try to point the finger at other people for being racist. To be a racist, let's be clear. If you have no power, you cannot be a racist. If you don't control money, housing, or economic structure, you cannot be racist. What black person do you know that can deny housing, banking, education for a broad stroke of people? None. You don't know. Nobody like that. Who has the only power to assert racism in the United States of America? So all of this reverse racism, black people are racist, other people are racist. You have to have the power to hold somebody back to be a racist. And so all of this black people are racist and this, that, and the other, miss me with the bullshit. Because you're wasting your breath if you're coming over here with that dumb shit. Okay, so now there's some breaking news. The Midas Touch has some breaking news. Judge drops a bombshell ruling against Trump in the Comey case. Understand that James Comey was indicted by a bimbo who was also once in Trump's beauty pageants. He set her up at the Virginia. Is it? Yeah, the U.S. Lead attorney in Virginia, because he put out a tweet that somebody needed to go after Letitia James and James Comey, and the interim person that sat in that office said that there was no case to bring for them, and he was outed from his office, and he got one of his bimbos that used to be in his beauty pageant, and the first thing she did was muck up some bullshit charges. Now, the James Comey demanded, the judge in this case demanded to see the grand jury testimony of that, what was presented to the grand jury, and is they came back. And they came back with everything but what the judge asked for. And the judge was like, listen, I told you I want to hear the grand jury testimony. And you know what they told the judge? They said, this is all we have, because the part where they're giving jury instructions and all of the buttoning up the case and telling the jury what they are to pay attention to and what they should pay attention to and all that. You understand that there's no defense attorney or in the grand jury room. It's just the prosecutor putting forth their case of why they should go forward with this case. So the judge wanted to know, what did you present to the grand jury to get them to okay this case going forward? This bitch actually came up and said that the reason why we only have this much of what went on in the grand jury is because there was no court reporter there for the remainder of the session. And I think it was from 4:30 p.m. until they brought the charges. The grand jury agreed to bring the charges. Now, this bitch thought that she could tell a judge in a court of law where they are hearing a case that there was not a court reporter there to write down what happened in this fucking case. Now, it seems something has happened in this bullshit that she tried to present. What? Hey, pretty chocolate girl. What active court case that is going on that there is no jury? There's no court reporter sitting there taking copious notes of what is going on. Let me see. Hold on.
The James Comey criminal case just blew up.
Trump prosecutor unravels in court. Let me. I think he's going to talk to him anyway. Let's get in here. Make sure I'm sharing.
Up in Donald Trump's face as the James Comey criminal case just blew up in Donald Trump's face as we expected. It's a catastrophic turn of events that they should have seen coming for Trump, his DOJ, and especially Lindsey Halligan. If your name is Lindsey Halligan right now, you need to be very nervous about what just went down this morning, because your bar license and perhaps even more is on the line right now after these findings. A federal magistrate judge, Judge Fitzpatrick, found that there was likely massive grand jury misconduct that led to the indictment of James Comey. Judge Fitzpatrick talks about how Lindsay Halligan, who was alone in the room with the grand jury, likely gave the grand jury false information about the law on at least 2 different critical legal instructions. She just lied about the law, it seems. Also,
and you notice that I told you during jury instructions, the bitch said that there was no court reporter there. She didn't know what happened to the court reporter. So she was alone in the room lying to the grand jury. And let's not forget that Letitia James of New York City, she has the exact same a complaint about this woman not even being the person who should even be in the position that Donald Trump gave her, because once the interim a U.S. attorney said that there was no case, and they ousted him, he was not allowed to put in another interim attorney, much less his own former private attorney, who was arguing the evidence in the Mar-a-Lago the Mar-a-Lago FBI raid. A person who had never tried a case, nonetheless. Now, you can only put one interim attorney in that U.S. attorney position. Once that person is gone, once their time limit is up, then a panel of judges has to seat the next one. Okay, are we clear? Are we clear? So Letitia James actually had the exact same argument about this bimbo. Now, we understand that Letitia James is the U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. See, she's no dummy either. James Comey is also a fucking attorney himself. And they bought this thing. Okay. I just wanted to be clear.
The Judge Fitzpatrick, does not believe Lindsay Halligan that she provided the full grand jury transcripts. The judge says that's impossible because initially the grand jury did not return an indictment when there were 3 counts listed. So you had to go back, Halligan, print out a copy of the indictment with 2 counts and then represent it to the grand jury. And that is missing. Where did that go? So when you've said you've turned it over and you filed a declaration, Judge Fitzpatrick is not buying it. Judge Fitzpatrick has ordered an extraordinary remedy of turning over the grand jury materials at this early stage, pre-trial, to James Comey and James Comey's lawyer. That only happens in the most extraordinary of circumstances. And Judge Fitzpatrick says, based on these specific findings that I'm making, this satisfies those extraordinary circumstances where grand jury testimony should be turned over and grand jury material needs to be turned over to James Comey and James Comey's lawyers. Now, we know Lindsay Halligan was never a federal prosecutor before. She was not a trial lawyer. He was a beauty pageant contestant turned insurance lawyer who Trump brought on to be a personal lawyer. And then right before the statute of limitations was about to expire in the James Comey case, Donald Trump posted that message on social media saying, Pam Bondi, tell Lindsay Halligan to go and bring this indictment against my political enemies, James Comey, New York Attorney General Letitia James, Adam Schiff, and others. Lindsay Halligan obliged. The Trump regime forced out the Republican United States attorney in the Eastern District of Virginia. Halligan took over that role, again, having no federal prosecutorial experience, having never been in a grand jury room before. And then you'll recall that right here on the Midas Touch Network, I was saying over and over again, go back to the videos from when that indictment was first secured. I said, I guarantee you she was giving the grand jury incorrect information about the law and incorrect facts, and that there was misconduct in the grand jury, because there's a reason why no other federal prosecutor would bring this case, including Republican federal prosecutors. One other thing that the judge points out as well about how these grand jury proceedings were tainted with misconduct. Apparently, the FBI agent who was the only person who testified in the room to the grand jury, his testimony may have been based on attorney-client privileged information between James Comey and his lawyer, Daniel Richman, or another lawyer of his, Daniel Richman, to form the basis of the presentation, which is against the law to do that, to invade attorney-client privilege without the filter protocols in place. And the judge suggests that that was willful and malicious and intentionally done, and there was multiple misrepresentations potentially made to the grand jury to secure this indictment of James Comey. This ruling is so extraordinary, I want to go through it with you in a very methodical way so you can hear the words of Judge Fitzpatrick, the magistrate judge who made this extraordinary order.
This is why, right here, this is why I clip the links to the information that I'm giving. Because you don't need to take my word. You are about to hear what the judge has to say. You can hear my opinion, but I never try to present my opinion as fact. I try to present the facts to you. This link is in my description box. Let's see what the judge wrote in
government turn over all of the grand jury material, including testimony, to James Comey and James Comey's lawyers. So let's take a look at Lindsay Halligan potentially giving false instructions to the jury about the law. Here's what the judge says. The prosecutor's statement that, and this portion gets rejected, is a fundamental and highly prejudicial misstatement of the law that suggests to the grand jury that Mr. Comey does not have a Fifth Amendment right not to testify at trial. The prosecutor's statement ignores the foundational rule of law that if Mr. Comey exercised his right not to testify, the jury could draw no negative inferences from the decision. The prosecutor's statement that, and this portion gets redacted, may have reasonably set an expectation in the minds of the grand jurors that rather than the government bear the burden to prove Mr. Comey's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt at trial, the burden shifts to Mr. Comey to explain away the government's evidence. In other words, did Lindsay Halligan essentially imply, we may not have all of the information right now, but we don't have to have it right now. James Comey can rebut the evidence at trial if he wants, but the burden is on Comey, which is an absolutely false statement of the law. Second, Judge Fitzpatrick says, the prosecutor told the grand jury that there was, and this portion gets redacted, this statement clearly suggested to the grand jury that they did not have to rely only on the record before them to determine probable cause, but could be assured that the government had more evidence, perhaps better evidence, that would be presented at trial. In other words, the grand jury was skeptical that the evidence that was being presented was enough to indict James Comey. But it seems that Lindsay Halligan said, basically, all you have to do is believe us that in the future we have better evidence. We don't need to show you all the evidence right now. This is all we've got. So just trust us that there's probable cause in the future, which is a misstatement of law. So the judge, having read this, says this is completely not what the law is. You're not allowed to tell a grand jury that. You need to show this to James Comey and his lawyers so that they now can use it in a motion to dismiss based on grand jury misconduct as a result of what Lindsay Halligan did right here. One of the things that the judge also talks about is the disclosure of privileged information from Daniel Richman, Comey's.
Okay. This link is in my description box. Now, I'm going to take you over to a live where they are voting on the to release the what is his name, Jeffrey Epstein files right now. Marjorie Taylor Greene is outside with the Marjorie Taylor Greene was dragged all weekend by 45, 47, and now she's out live with the Epstein survivors, and she is saying that these women were failed by everybody, not this administration, but the administration before that, and the administration before that. Isn't it good to hear that they are finally unable to blame President Obama for anything? Now, I've already told you that the files could not be released in the Biden administration because Maxwell still had an appeal pending. So the DOJ or the FBI were not going to release their files while Maxwell still had an appeal pending. So let's get into this. The link will be in my description box as well. Hold on 1 second.
And I want to end with this call to action. First, a call to action to my colleagues who just an hour before this press conference were prepared. They were given a fig leaf. We'll put a resolution on the floor so that you can say that you voted to protect the survivors. Their resolution doesn't really do anything. And that's the oldest trick in the swamp. When you want to kill the momentum, when you want to kill initiative, you introduce a placebo, a different bill that does nothing, and then try to pull the wool over the eyes of the American people. That's not going to happen this time. We demand real accountability. I encourage my colleagues, please, there's over 200 Republicans who have not signed this discharge petition. We only need 2 of them to sign it, and every Democrat will sign it. And that will get us the number we need to force this vote, to pass a law, not a polite request to the DOJ to police themselves. No, we need legally binding legislation to force that to happen. And my main call to action is to the people watching these live feeds that are going through these cameras right now. Congressmen, listen to you. Light up their phones. Burn down the phone lines here in Washington, D.C. Ask them the questions that these survivors wanted you to ask them. Why won't you be for transparency? Don't accept their answer that the bill has a flaw or that the survivors don't want it. We know that's not true. They wouldn't be fighting it so hard in this town if it wasn't the real bill. So with that, please call your congressman. Tell him or her to get on this bill and to stand up for these survivors. Thank you and God bless. That's the
Okay, the link is in my description box. Let's hear some of the arguments on the floor right now. Let me share this with you. Let's go through it a little bit. It has been ongoing. Um, uh, let's hear some of the arguments. This is Watch Live. Jeffrey Epstein files release debated in House Rules. Let's watch a little of this debate, shall we? Oh God, they're gonna start with this old phone.
Quite a perplexing position to have. We have vast repositories of natural resources across our entire nation. Why in the world would we deny ourselves the opportunity to harness them and utilize them accordingly? I'm sure Chairman Westerman will do an excellent job of cutting through the noise and explaining to everyone why these pieces of legislation are important and what they mean for the nation. Next, we turn to H.R. 5214 and H.R. 5107. H.R. 5214, the District of Columbia Cash Bail Reform Act of 2025, would require mandatory pre-trial and post-conviction detention for crimes of violence and dangerous crimes and require mandatory cash bail for certain offenses that pose a threat.
Okay, let me find where we get to this. This is linked in my description box, number 26.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that the committee has gotten back to legislative business this week. But after taking a look at this week's bills, I'm not positive how good that is for the country. 8 weeks of paid vacation, and this is what Republicans came up with. Nothing at all to lower prices or address people's everyday concerns. No, none of that. Instead, we will get reruns of bills that you've already passed. Give me a break. The Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act was supposedly so important that Republicans passed it last Congress multiple times and then didn't even bother sending the bill to the Senate. I mean, you guys pretend like what you're doing is a big deal, like it's going to make a difference for people the second it's passed, and you never even send it to the Senate. Has anyone on the other side ever watched Schoolhouse Rock? I mean, I think you ought to, because you guys might learn a thing or two. By the way, for the record, not a single appropriations bill is being considered this week. Not one. We've had 8 weeks out, 8 full weeks out, and where are all the appropriation bills that we've been promised? We're barreling towards another shutdown deadline. Why aren't Republicans bringing up one appropriation bill after another to get this done so you don't have to do another continuing resolution? And I'm noticing on the agenda here today a number of bills dealing with the District of Columbia. Let me give my colleagues on the Republican side some advice. If you really want to micromanage DC's affairs, then resign from Congress and run for city council here in DC. Then you could have more of a say in what's going on here in the District of Columbia. I mean, but to micromanage every bit of DC's affairs is offensive. I mean, the President of the United States, you know, wants to have control over what the name of the football team is going to be. I mean, this is ridiculous. The people of DC pay taxes, just like the people in our districts. People here have served in our military. People here have sacrificed their lives fighting for this country's freedoms, and yet they don't even have a full vote here in the United States Congress. So, I mean, it's just so offensive. And meanwhile, as we're talking about all this stuff, everything is getting more expensive. Groceries, rent, gas, childcare, energy costs, healthcare. And now, after 11 months of Republican leadership, we finally get their plan to address the economic uncertainty that so many families feel. And what is their plan? What's the big reveal? It's to tell people that there is no affordability crisis. Inflation isn't real. Costs aren't up. I mean, you got to be kidding me. Can I just offer some advice? Let me critique the last administration. I don't think President Biden spent nearly enough time talking about and addressing the affordability crisis. Many of my colleagues in Congress raised the alarm to no avail. And you know what? You guys are making the same mistake. Donald Trump promised to bring prices down, to make life more affordable. He didn't say he would tweak inflation or nibble around the edges. He said he would work to bring costs way down. Well, I go grocery shopping in Worcester, and I look at my receipts. Prices aren't going down. They're up and going up even more. Trump is bragging about that Walmart's Thanksgiving dinner package got cheaper, $15 cheaper. And then I look at the fine print. It's because they removed items. They shrank the dinner package, and surprise, the price goes down. Maybe if Trump or anyone in his billionaire first inner circle actually went grocery shopping like the rest of us, they'd know that. But they don't. They don't live how the rest of America lives. And it's not just Trump's failure to bring costs down, it's that he's making it worse. He said his tariffs would not raise prices, and they did. He said they wouldn't be paid by Americans. They are. And now every single one of us is paying more for everything due to his stupid trade war. So please excuse the American people if we don't applaud him for swooping in, reversing some of the stupid tariffs, and trying to take credit for fixing a problem that he himself created. And finally, on the Epstein files, after months of Republicans blocking transparency, stonewalling in this committee, inventing excuses and trying to block these files from ever coming out, a majority of members of this party have now signed a discharge petition to force a vote. And out of nowhere, miraculously, your leadership is now eager to bring the bill to the floor. We welcome your sudden change of heart. But we know what this is about. Trump gave you all permission. Last week, he was calling people into the Situation Room to try to kill the release of the files. But he knows he failed, and so now, finally, we get a last-minute attempt to try to save face. Guess what? I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it when the Senate votes on the release of the files. I'll believe it when he signs the bill into law. And frankly, I'm concerned that even if he does, he's going to try to invent a new excuse to bury, cover up, and block these files from coming out. For months and months, this Republican majority voted.
And the opportunity that he has is the fact that he told Pam Bimbo and Kakai Patel to open an investigation up into the Epstein files concerning Democrats. There cannot be a release of files while the Department of Justice and the FBI are doing investigations into the files. That's why he told them to release the files, because they will not be released, because they will be Democrats in those files will be under investigation. And that will be the reason why they tell you they can't release them just yet.
Time after time after time to cover up for a pedophile. I think it's disgusting. And for the sake of the survivors who deserve accountability and for the public that deserves transparency, these files must come out. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. I now welcome our first panel, Representative Latta and Ranking Member Pallone from the Committee on Energy and Commerce.
We're not going to listen to that.
Decreased to 14 as
nope.
This year, one industry coalition.
Nope.
Self, Ms. Fishbach, do you have any?
Let's send it to the Senate and ask them to.
Well, you know, I worked on pieces of legislation for a good number of years, and it might take a several Congress in the United States.
And just the final quick, because I mentioned the Goose is, I think, stuck on a plane, but he brought this up last time. Because last time we met on bills in your committee's jurisdiction, it was to vote on a bill to reestablish a coal council.
Nope.
So they really see the United States as the leader out there.
We're talking about coal.
What this bill does.
Drafted the contract, it was a gift to the insurance industry, and it's actually cheaper to pay cash for most drugs than it is to.
my colleagues on the other side of the aisle when it comes to energy. The more energy we can produce.
We're talking about energy.
People
I
across the fifth
will.
district have jobs.
I
Summarize
will.
your statement in 5
I will
minutes.
definitely go through this because I want to see what they are talking about on energy costs. It doesn't seem like uh, they're talking about. Now it says, watch the Epstein file or release debate debated in the House Rules Committee, but that wasn't being debated. So I tried to give that to you, but it's not available. So I appreciate you guys dropping by. Maybe we'll have to go through that tomorrow. If they were talking about it, I wanted to bring it to you. But I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. And we'll see what they were doing in committee because that's where you get the real information. America was collapsing in the past 4 years. We're finally getting our. Are we really? Is that what? Well, how many jobs were created in October? Since we're finally getting our stuff together, Gob, and please do not curse in my chat. Please do not curse in my chat. How many jobs were created last month? Gob, how many jobs were created last month? How much has grocery prices gone down? Gob, please inform us. What good jobs? What good jobs? How many jobs were created last month? Oh, he fired the woman who gives out the jobs report because they it was abysmal jobs lost in a huge amount of jobs lost in September. So he fired the person that gives the jobs report. Now, are you aware that this year alone, Gobs, that over 1.2 million jobs have been lost in the United States? So, exactly, who do you think you're talking to? Who do you think you're talking to? Oh, okay. All right, Liz. I hope you guys have a great remainder of your night. Um, and stay hype free and sucker free. And understand that I may get a couple of people angry, but you notice they are silent when I ask, any particular details that they may have, any facts. This is the place where we deal in facts, not in propaganda, Gob. I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. And I think I am out of here at this juncture. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I forgot to mention something. I apologize. Let me remove this. I forgot to mention. You guys know that I always do my Secret Santa where I give away a gift to a subscriber, and because you guys support us all throughout the year, this year the fourth annual Secret Santa will be Saturday, December 6th at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So the Secret Santa is where content creators come together. They hit the link and we exchange names amongst ourselves. And once we exchange names, we gift each other via Cash App anywhere between, what is it, this year? Uh, uh, 30 to $50. $30 to $50. So that is the Secret Santa part of it. But we do not keep the gifts. We give that gift to someone in the chat who is dropping their Cash App link. So the Secret Santa of it all is just a game. There is no pot. There is no keeping of gifts. We do it in the spirit of the holidays. We do a Secret Santa amongst ourselves, but our only purpose is to then gift our gift to subscribers who are actively in the chat, who are actively dropping their Cash App. So once I get my gift from whomever chose my name, I immediately gift that to a subscriber. Okay? So if you would like to participate in the Secret Santa giveaway, I am not positive who will be here, but you know who will be here for sure? Ronnie Q will be here for sure, because Ronnie Q appreciate your support. I appreciate my supporters, and I will be here once again this year, as I have been the past 3 years, to give back to the supporters who have supported me all year long. And I just want to show my appreciation as I always do. And come out Saturday, December 6th at 3 p.m. Eastern. That would be 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And whoever's here to give back to the subscribers, we will be having our give back to the subscribers. See, because it's just not Christmas for content creators who tell you their woes all year long and what they need and that they sick and all of this. It's just not a Christmas for them. It is Christmas for you too. You live in this America as well. I'm speaking for myself. I understand that a blessing is a blessing, and a blessing to me can also be a blessing to you. So come out and join me in my 4th annual Secret Santa, and tell a friend. No, you don't have to do anything. Tell a friend. The Secret Santa, Saturday, December 6th at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll be here. I hope to see you here as well. All right, guys, that's it for me. I'm out of here. Bye bye.